Keluar gak ke situ? Tes. Tes. Ya. Di sini berarti. Coba di sini. Masuk gak Pak? Kalau kayak gini. Ada. Enggak nyaman ya. Enggak nyaman aja gitu Pak.
Enggak kelihatan Pak burem. Cobain dulu nih Pak. Ladies and gentlemen, we would like to say welcome to the 4th International Geography Seminar.
Oh belum. Oh ya udah.
Cek sound aja.
Tes.
Ladies and gentlemen, we would like to say welcome to the 4th International Geography Seminar that is held. Aduh.
I would like to read the attendee
held in Bandung.
Should we begin now? I would like to inform you regarding to the technicalities. First, for your convenience in participating in the seminar, participants are encouraged to use devices that are connected to the internet properly. Second, participants enter the seminar room with the non-active video condition. Third, rename your account name in the format of number of breakout room underscore full name when joining the Zoom room. For example, when I have one breakout room, my Zoom account name should be 01 underscore Jalu. So it is to you. Fourth, the committee will mute the participants' audio during the event. Fifth, participants can ask the question through the media provided or the chat room, both in Zoom and YouTube streaming. Sixth, the moderator will select the questions to ask the speakers during discussion session. And seventh, participants are expected to maintain the webinar process so that it is always conducive and respectful.
Well, Kang Jalu, that is the technical rules for this 4th International Geography Seminar. Kang Jalu, as we know, we are having this seminar during the pandemic, but it doesn't stop us to hold this amazing International Geography Seminar. What do you think about this, Kang Jalu?
This is a very great idea of having the seminar to the pandemic, because the pandemic doesn't stop us from having this seminar being still arranged. And we really invite you and encourage you to present your research on this very moment. And we really encourage you to that. We're really waiting for your fruitful, insightful discussion and research.
Yeah, that is correct. We are here, committee. We keep the social distancing, and also all of the committee use the face mask. So maybe I can say it is a safe international seminar because we do it also online through the Zoom.
Yes, of course, we are really safe here, but we are not making a barrier with you all too, because you're doing it from your home, from your comfort zone, but we're still expecting a very formal attitude here, and we're still expecting your presentation for that.
Yes, that is correct. I think we do it online, but it also doesn't stop us for all of the participants to do all of the technical rules.
Yeah.
Kang Jalu?
Yes, and regarding to the technicalities you have received before, we will provide you some minutes before we join.
Yes, I would like to remind all of the participants to join the room because the opening ceremony will be open very soon.
Okay.
Langsung aja. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
May peace be upon us.
I am Tia.
And my name is Jalu. We'll be in charge as the master of ceremony of the 4th International Geography Seminar. Allow us to lead the opening ceremony in this very moment.
Honorable Vice Rector of Academic and Affairs, Professor Dr. Didi Sukyadi, Honorable Dean of Faculty of Social Science Education, Dr. Agus Mulyana, Honorable Chairman of the 4th International Geography Seminar, Dr. Ernest Nandi, distinguished speakers, ladies and gentlemen.
What an honor for us today to be able to greet and welcome you to the 4th International Geography Seminar with its grand theme,
Geography Contribution to the Sustainable Development Goals, Global Challenges and Opportunities. Ladies and gentlemen, before we proceed, allow me to read the series of events we are about to have in this opening agendas. The first agenda is the reciting of Holy Quran, and then continue to the singing National Anthem of Indonesia, Indonesia Raya, the report of the 4th International Geography Seminar that will be delivered by the chairman.
Next, the opening remark from the Dean of the Faculty of Social Science Education, the opening remark from the Vice Rector of Indonesia University of Education that would also mark the official opening of the 4th International Geography Seminar. 6th event will be the main session, 2 plenary sessions, from invited speakers and featured speakers. Seventh, the closing agendas.
Ladies and gentlemen, to begin these opening agendas, I would like to ask all of participants to solemnly witness the recitation of Holy Quran that will be led by Mr. Zidan. Mr. Zidan, time is yours.
Ladies and gentlemen, as the event for now is that let us sing the national anthem of Indonesia, Indonesia Raya. For those who participate in the physical room, please raise. For those who are in the virtual room, please make an adjustment.
The recitation of Holy Quran that will be led by Mr. Zidan. Mr. Zidan, time is yours.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. A'udzu billahi minasy syaithanir rajim. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Wa min ayatihi an khalaqa lakum min anfusikum azwaja litaskunu ilaiha wa ja'ala bainakum mawaddatan wa rahmah. Litaskunu ilaiha wa ja'ala bainakum mawaddatan wa rahmah. إن في ذلك لآيات لقوم يتفكرون صدق الله العظيم. Thank you for attention. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Thank you very much, Mr. Zidane. May the Almighty God's blessing be with us throughout the event.
Moving on, we will listen to the report of the 4th International Geography Seminar. The report will be delivered by the chairman, Dr. Renat Nandi. Floor is yours.
Tes. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. On behalf of IGEOS, I would like to extend my warmest welcome to all academic participating in the 4th International Geography Seminar IGEOS 2020, held in Universitas Pendidikan Indonesia and organized by Department of Geography Education, September 30, 2020. The theme of this conference is Geography Contribution to the Sustainable Development Goals, Global Challenge and Opportunities. The 4th IGEOS 2020 aims to bring together leading academic scientists, researchers, and research scholars to exchange and share their experience and result on all aspects of geography, geography education, and geosciences. It also provides a premier interdisciplinary platform for researchers, practitioners, and educators to present and discuss the most recent innovation, trends, and concern, as well as a practical challenge encounter and solution adopted in the fields of geography, geography education, and also geosciences. Ladies and gentlemen, geography is focused within the curriculum for understanding and resolving issues about the environment and sustainable development. It is also an important link between the natural and social sciences. As pupils study geography, they encounter different societies and culture. This helps them realize how nations rely on each other. It can inspire them to think about their own place in the world, their values and their rights and responsibility to other people and environment. It includes historical and political geography, cultural geography, economic and physical geography, regional sciences, cartographic methods, remote sensing, spatial science, and also application to areas such as land use planning, development studies, and analysis of specific countries, region, and resources. The Sustainable Development Goals were adopted by the United Nations in 2015 as a call to action for people worldwide to address 5 critical areas of importance by 2030: people, planet, prosperity, peace, and partnership. Conference Day present 3 keynote speakers: Professor Muhammad Ali from UPI, Professor John Lovett from University of Leeds, and Professor M. Baikuni from Gajah Mada University. Our distinguished speakers are expertise in sustainable development goals. The second plenary session would present featured speakers from various background in geography. They are Professor Darsi Harjo and Dr. Mamat Rohimat from UPI, Professor Madia Hairi Ibrahim and Professor Madia Nur Kulsum from UPSI, Malaysia, Professor Eva Banowati from UNES, Universitas Negeri Semarang, and Dr. Saurparina Samsudin from UTM, Malaysia. After the plenary session, the conference will be followed by the parallel session, which is presentation series on various topics from academic, both lecturer and student from Indonesia and overseas, such as Malaysia and United Kingdom. Totally about 170 papers are present from 247 papers reviewed. The outcome of conference is international proceeding paper published by the IOP Publishing, which is indexed by Scopus, and also selected paper will be registered in a national and international journal. Finally, I would like to deliver our highest appreciation and many thanks to all parties of having good cooperation, effort, and coordination for making successfully IGEOS 2020. My gratitude to all members of Department of Geography Education lecturer and student as my partner for their availability, great effort, and hospitality in hosting and organizing this conference. Special thank you for the Rector of UPI, Professor Solehuddin, and Vice Rector, Professor Didi Sukiadi, Professor Bunyamin, and Professor Adang Suherman, who support very much for this conference. I also express my gratitude to the Dean of Faculty Social Sciences Education, Dr. Agus Mulyana, and all the Vice Dean who support this event. Last but not least, I would like to participants get succeeded and motivated by the conference and have a fruitful experience in the conference. We are very grateful to have you all here in this conference. Thank you and enjoy. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Thank you, Dr. Nandi, for that speech. And now we will have the opening remark from the Dean of the Faculty of Social Science Education, Dr. Agus Mulyana. Dr. Agus Mulyana, the floor is yours.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam.
Honorable Rector Universitas Pendidikan Indonesia, and now who are respected Vice Rector for Education and Student Affairs, Honorable Vice Deans for Academic, Finance, Staffing, and Student Affairs, Honorable Head of Geography Education Study Program, for speakers and the participants. First and foremost, my thanks to Allah Subhanahu wa Ta'ala as we may gather here today in Faculty of Social Science Education, Universitas Pendidikan Indonesia. Good morning for all honored guests, especially to Professor Muhammad Ali from Universitas Pendidikan Indonesia, Professor M. Baikuni from Gajah Mada University Indonesia, for John Lovett from University of Leeds, UK. It's gives me a great pleasure to be amongst to the first welcome to the opening ceremony of International Geography Seminar IGEOS 2020 by online in Bandung, Indonesia. Increased pressure on the Earth's research has led to what is increasingly referred to as the climate crisis. While a whole range of environmental parameters have been transferred through such pressures, the effect of human activities on the climate is symbolic of the nature of the human footprint upon our planet and makes the lack of any coherent political leadership in most countries even more alarming. The discipline of geography has a distinct advantage in developing a more holistic understanding of global environmental challenges in that it reach across all the sciences, including social science and humanities. Geographical education, therefore, represents an important vehicle for citizens of all age to have them understand the complexity of sustainability goal and what can and should be done to achieve a more sustainability future. The conference adopts a theme, Geography's Contribution to the Sustainable Development Goals, global challenge and opportunity. I would also like to thank participants, especially those of you coming from aboard, for joining us and sharing your valuable experience and ideas. It is essential to bring together experts in the field of geography education so that we can realize together the role of geography education for sustainability environment. In this occasion, I, as Dean of Faculty of Social Science Education, would like to thank for all supports, contribution, and cooperation for all parties, invite speakers, scientific committee, moderator, participant, and all the committees. I really hope that this conference will be run well as we expected. Finally, I'd like to say welcome to UPI and enjoy the conference. I wish this event will become a great start to build a better future for Indonesia. Thank you very much. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Thank you, Dr. Agus, for the speech. Now, ladies and gentlemen, we would like to invite Vice Rector for Academic and Student Affairs, Universitas Pendidikan Indonesia, Professor Dr. Didi Sukyadi. It is my honor to welcome you to address the floor, please.
Thank you, Tia and Jalu. Jalu is UPI debater. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Innal hamdalillah wassalatu wassalamu ala Rasulillah wa ala alihi wa sahbihi wa mawalah. Rabbi shrahli sadri wa yassirli amri wahlul 'uqdatam min lisani yafqahu qawli, amma ba'd. The Honorable Dean of Faculty of Social Sciences Education, Vice Dean, Head of the Departments, the Honorable invited speakers, Professor John Lovett, Professor Barikuni, and also featured speakers, also Professor Muhammad Ali, presenters, participants, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen. First of all, I would like to thank the organizing committee, especially Dr. Nandi and also the Dean of Faculty of Social Science Education for making this event happen. I believe that this conference is very important, not only for UPI, but also for all of us, not only those in Indonesia, but also in other countries. I know that the theme of this conference is quite timely: geography contribution on sustainable development goals. As we know that we have two keywords in these themes. The first one is global challenges, and the second one is opportunities. In my mind, if we look at our global challenges at this time, we cannot avoid the term COVID-19 pandemic. Why? Because every aspect of our life is now influenced by this virus. We now are rushing to what we call a global vaccine production. So we hope that every country, every people get the vaccine to protect our health. But on the other side, we have also observed that there is a tendency that some rich countries tend to cater their own people without looking at global needs and global collaboration. If this happens, it will endanger the health of all people, not only in Indonesia, but also all over the world. We see also that because of this pandemic, we see what we call job losses. Many people lost their jobs. They do not have any income, and they become the burden of the country and the burden of the society. We have also uh, come to what we call global recession, as has been mentioned by our Minister of Finance, that our economy is becoming minus this time. And if these challenges cannot be overcome quickly and properly, then our prosperity of life will be in a very difficult situation. But even though we have some global challenges, we have also some opportunities. During pandemic, as has been reported by our Minister of Research and Technology, some innovation come to appear during the pandemic. And we have also some revolution during the pandemic, a revolution in especially what we can see is our way of life and our way of how education is conducted. For example, in education, in the past, when we want to do what we call student exchanges and then faculty exchanges, and then we need more money, we need more time. But now with technology, we can do it in a cheaper way using what we call online learning, online platform, online media, like what we are doing at this time. So we have what we call learning management system. We have some companies appearing during pandemic, getting more popular during pandemic. We have, for example, MOOC that becomes more popular. We have online testing. We have online double degree. We have online summer program. Even we have what we call online teaching and learning practice. So when in the past, when we do what we call teaching practice for uh, what we call prospective teachers, at the moment we do not need to go to the school. We can just do it online. Okay. Uh, we have also what we call a virtual visit. If we want to visit one school, one university, or one company, we do not need to go to the place physically. We can do it virtually using the technology. With this, we can economize our education costs and we can do more activities with the saving in such a way that cross-border education or what we call uh, education as a commodity that can be traded among countries is getting more and more popular, getting more and more important. In my mind, in this kind of pandemic, we have also what we call social responsibility for all people around us. For example, around my place where I live at this time, people, especially those having children learning at primary schools, can be divided into three categories. The first one is parents who have the learning facilities like laptop, smartphone, and also the quota for the learning and teaching activities, and they are also able to operate those technologies. So learning in this kind of situation can happen. The second category is those who have the facilities, the parents who have laptop, who have smartphone, and who have money to get the quota, but they are not able to use the technology, so they do not use the technology for the teaching and learning process of their children. And the third category is the worst one. They do not have the technology and they do not have money. they do not have ability to use the technology. So children coming from this kind of family, they do not go to school and they do not study at home. So they just play around their houses. So in this kind of situation, of course, we have to try to organize certain activities that may or overcome this kind of situation. Okay, so I think through this seminar, I do hope that we can get some ideas, we can share some experiences in such a way that we can keep our development sustainable and we can what we call clarify the global challenges coming in front of our eyes, and also we can use the opportunities for our own learning and for our own benefit, whether technologically, whether economically. So I hope that this today conference will become a very important venue for our sharing ideas and will result in fruitful idea sharing and fruitful discussion. Uh, on behalf of OP Rector, Professor Solehuddin, warmest greeting from him. And we now open officially this IGEOS seminar by reciting Basmalah together. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Thank you. Have a nice conference. I hope John Lovett has already joined us. Thanks a lot for for being with us and for becoming part of UPI. Thank you. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
That remark, and it has officially opened the fourth International Geography Seminar. There will be awaited programs ahead, but here is one thing that also highly awaited by all of us. The committee of the fourth IGEOS proudly present to you the teaser video of the fourth IGEOS. The committee, please. ladies and gentlemen, we were about to moving on to the main session, but we will have break until 9 a.m.
Ladies and gentlemen, make sure you come back to the room on time. Thank you.
The Bachelor Program of Geography Education was established together with the department in 1961 by decree of P&K Minister. The vision is to become a leading and outstanding study program in the development of geography education in Indonesia by 2020. Organizing education to produce professional geography education graduates, equipping pedagogical and professional, social, and personality competencies that are of good character and devoted to God Almighty. Conduct research in the development of the science of geography education and the field of geography science to support the achievement of graduate competencies, achievement of the vision of study program, faculties, university, and national education goals. Carried out community service in order to implement, socialize, and disseminate geography education and geographic science in accordance with community development, science, art, and technology, and also establish partnerships with other agencies both domestically and abroad.
masih tidur.
Kal kamera kal.
Tes.
Masuk aja dulu. Rapi dulu. Lalu masuk ya. Oke. 3, 2, 1. Action.
Ladies and gentlemen, we are going to the main session of this fourth International Geography Seminar. The next program will be the plenary session of the fourth International Geography Seminar. This session will be in two sessions. The first one, it is the plenary session, will be delivered by keynote speakers and chaired by Madam Anissa Giovanni Astari, PhD.
She takes her PhD in governance for sustainable development from University of Twente, the Netherlands. Since 2020, she has been serving as a faculty member in Geographic Information Science Study Program, Department of Geography Education, Universitas Pendidikan Indonesia. Madam Anissa, we would like to hand over the first plenary session under your chairmanship. Please.
Thank you very much, Tia and Jalu as Master Ceremony. The Honorable Mr. and Madam Speaker, distinguished guests, fellow students, ladies and gentlemen, good morning. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. First of all, welcome again to this prestigious online seminar, the fourth International Geography Seminar or IGEOS. It is an honor for me to be a moderator in this seminar. So in this occasion, we shall have outstanding presentation from our prominent speakers, whom I believe shall enrich our insights and knowledge regarding the geography's contribution to the sustainable development goals, including their global challenge and opportunities. In this session, we will have three keynote speakers, as mentioned by the master ceremony, which are Professor Muhammad Ali from Universitas Pendidikan Indonesia, Professor M. Baikuni from Universitas Gajah Mada, and Professor John Lovett from University of Leeds. We also will have two question and answer sessions. If you have any question, you can already start to write it down in the Zoom chat box and YouTube comment box. You can write your name, institution, and to whom your question will be directed. Okay, before the presentation begins, please allow me to introduce our first speaker. Professor Muhammad Ali is a professor from Universitas Pendidikan Indonesia. He got a doctorate degree in Development Communication Science from IPB University. He also got second master's degree in research methodology from the University of Pittsburgh, USA. He got first master degree and bachelor degree in educational science from IKIP, Bandung, the former name of UPI. He has written and published 19 books and dozens of articles published by the various reputable national and international journals. Since 2019 to date, he has been serving as one of the executive board members of ASEAN Teacher Education Quality Assurance Agency. In 2018 and until 2020, he served as an academic advisor of China Southeastern Asia Family Business Research Center in Guangdong. Since 2017 to date, he has been serving as the key person coordinating Prosper.net, which is promoting sustainability in postgraduate education and research network at Universitas Pendidikan Indonesia. He had been serving as the Director General or Deputy Minister of Islamic Education, Ministry of Religious Affairs. So without further ado, I would like to welcome our first presenter. He will deliver a presentation entitled Environment Education from the Perspective of Sustainable Development Goals. So ladies and gentlemen, please join me to welcome Professor Muhammad Ali. Please, Professor, you have 20 minutes, so the time is yours. Hello? Yes, yes, Professor Muhammad Ali. You can please unmute your microphone first, please.
Oh, sorry.
Yes.
Is it okay?
We can hear you, Professor.
Okay.
Welcome, Professor.
Okay. Sorry. Thank you very much.
Maybe the camera could be a little bit
Okay.
down. Yes. So yeah,
It's okay?
yeah, perfect.
Yes.
Yeah. Thank you, Professor. Please. Yeah.
Thank you very much, Madam Moderator. A very good morning, everybody. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Would you please, admin, share the screen of my presentation? Oh, should I share myself, my presentation? Hello? Hello. Okay.
Yes. Can you see it, Professor?
Yes.
Yes.
But okay. Okay. Can you click? Okay. Thank you. My presentation topic is environment education from the perspective of sustainable development goals. Why I present this topic to this seminar? Because, you know, environment education is one of the essential topic or one of the essential content of education that, from my perspective, it is essential to everybody to understand, to know, and to aware about the condition of our environment. Please click again. Can I share my screen myself? Hello? Okay.
Yes, you
No?
can, Professor. Yes, you can
Okay.
if you want. You can share
I
screen.
think it's
Yeah.
better
Yes.
if I
Yes.
okay, I share screen myself. Okay.
Yes.
Okay. Sorry. It's take a bit time.
Is it fine, Professor?
Yes, I have problem with my file.
Okay, should I share screen again?
Okay. But please, okay,
This one.
okay. Please share screen. Okay.
Yes.
What is environment education? Environment education is a cultivation of awareness of the importance of environment conservation. And it is done by developing knowledge, skills, values, and experiences which will enable individuals to solve present and future environmental problems. That's the meaning of environmental education. And why it is important? Please, next slide. Okay. Hello. Okay. Can you do it a bit faster? Why is it essential or why it is important? First, in 40 through 50 years, it is doubling world population and increasing of consumption that should lead to first, fourfold increase in food consumption and sixfold increase in energy production. Second,
Nih dan ngomong. Benar-benar carpenter. Apa, Ma? Farmer.
it would require tenfold increase in resource productivity. Next. Third, the planet is in risky condition. The indicators are 50% of tropical forests disappeared, 6% earthland consists of high biodiversity are threatened, and 29% total land has become desert, and 70.6 through 10 million hectares of forest disappears, which means it is also accumulation of carbon dioxide in the atmosphere, which affect in global warming and climate change. Next. An increase in sea surface and poles ice melting. Today, we consume more and more energy, food, and these are the data on the population, water use, etc. Okay, I don't want to. You can read the data yourself. Okay, next. Okay, next. And hence, all these needs awareness of individual to act both individually, either individually or collectively to solve the environment problem. Next. What is the connection between environmental education to sustainable development? You know, environmental education may be connected with the sustainable development education. Why? Because sustainable education is a concept of development in fulfilling needs and improving the welfare of the people in the present time while taking into account the needs of the future generation. Next. So it is an essential concept and essentially a concept to conserve and improve social, ecological, and economic needs. According to this, in June 1972, UN Conference on Human Environment, or UNHAE, in Stockholm, Sweden, attended by 114 countries participated, and the conclusion of the conference says that poverty and lower education leave key factors causing the environmental damage. Next. In 1980s, sustainability applied in the content in the country world natural and atmosphere protection. And in 1987, the Brundtland Report on sustainability says that sustainability was applied to economic, ecological, and social cultural aspects. Okay, next. In 1992, on Conference on Education on Environment and Development in Rio de Janeiro, Brazil, attended by 170 countries, signed the Agenda 21 on sustainable development, on the program of sustainable development as the global objective, global cooperation and partnership with to conserve the world ecological and social problems. In 1087, World Commission on Environment and Development decide that in sustainability there are three pillars. First, ecology, economy, and society. Next. Okay, next. Okay. In July 2001, European Union Conference in Gothenburg, Sweden, on the future of Europe, concluded that development should take into account the principle of sustainability to fulfill the present generation's need without taking the fulfillment of the future generation into risk. Okay, it was agreed to connect policies of development and environment conservation. Next. Environment problem needs strategic and long-term solution, and it needs collective agenda of the global community. And for promoting this, UNESCO is assigned by United Nations to implement the agenda. And in 2005, UNESCO proclaimed the DESD, stand for Decade of Education for Sustainable Development 2005 through 2014. Okay, next. What is ESD? What is Sustainable Development Education? Sustainable Development Education is about learning, first, how to respect, value, and preserve the achievement in the past and appreciate the wonders and the peoples on the earth and life in the world where all people have sufficient food and health. Okay, next. Next. Sustainable development or sustainability stem from the concept that is first development, the concept on development that meets the need of the present generation without compromising ability of future generation to meet the needs. Okay, next. It contains two key concepts. So sustainable development have two concepts. First, the concept of essential needs to be fulfilled. Second, the limitation of the environments in meeting present and future needs. Okay, next. And according to the conference that I mentioned, dimension of sustainability development, first, environmental perspective, second, economic perspective, and third, social and cultural perspective. Now, let's take a look the flow of the program of Sustainable Development Education. It is actually the continuation. I mean, sustainable development is actually the continuation of the UN program on EFA and MDGs. EFA stands from Education for All and MDGs, Millennium Development Goals. And in 2005, like I mentioned above, through 2014, it was the decade of education for sustainable development proclaimed by UNESCO. Next. 2014 through 2020, the program became the Global Action Program or GAP of Sustainable Development Goals. And 2020 through 2030, the program became Sustainable Development Goals. So, Sustainable Development Goals mean the goals which should be achieved by every member country by 2030. And 2004, okay, go. And we don't know what's the next UN program after 2030, but it must be, there must be a new other program, the continuation of the program on Sustainable Development Goals. Okay, let's take a look the international agenda of the Sustainable Development Goals. Here in the figure, we can identify that there are 17 goals that should be achieved by 2030. And hopefully, Indonesian, Malaysian, and other countries should achieve these goals by 2030. Okay, let's next. Next. You can take a look yourself then. But okay, let's take a look the list of the 17 goals of the development, of Sustainable Development Goals. First, no poverty, zero hunger, until the 17th is the partnership for the goals. Okay, next. Let's take a look about what is the concern of environment education, the concern of environment education from the 17th goals or among the 17th goals. The concern of environment or concerning the environment there are goals that must be the concern of environment education from the Sustainable Development Goals. That is goal number 6, ensure access to water and sanitation for all. Goal number 7, ensure access to affordable, sustainable, modern energy. Okay, next. And goal number, and next is goal number 9, build resilient infrastructure, promote sustainable industrialization, and foster innovation. Goal number 11, make cities inclusive, safe, and resilient and sustainable. Goal number 13, take urgent action to combat climate change and its impact. Next. Okay. Goal number 14, conserve and sustainably use of the ocean, seas, and marine resources. And lastly, goal number 15, that is sustainably manage forests and desertification, halt and reverse land degradation, halt biodiversity loss. Those are the sustainable development goals that environmental education should concern about. The conclusion of my presentation is, first, environmental education by its nature is not sustainable development education. This conclusion must be understood because many people have the perspective that environmental education is a sustainable development education. In fact, environmental education by its nature is not sustainable development education, but it can be a part of sustainable development education if it is regarded to eliminate sacrificing future generation needs, and the implementation of environmental education can be connected to some goals of the sustainable development goals. Thank you very much.
Yes,
okay, please, Madam Moderator.
Yes, thank you very much, Professor. That was a very interesting and insightful presentation about environmental education, which is, you said that it's not a sustainable education, but if it's thinking about the future needs, then it will be a sustainable education for sustainable development. Thank you very much, Professor Ali. Thank you very much.
Welcome.
So, ladies and gentlemen, we will now come to our second presenter. Our second presenter is Professor M. Baikuni from Universitas Gadjah Mada. So please allow me to introduce Prof. M. Baikuni first. So from his educational background, he earned bachelor degree in hydrology geography from Universitas Gadjah Mada. He earned a Master of Arts in Development Studies, Institute for Social Study in Den Haag. He has a doctorate degree in geography from UGM and Utrecht University. Professor Baikuni is currently a head of Department Development Geography from in UGM. He is a chairperson of ForPimGeo, which is an Indonesia Leaders on Geography. He is also a member of Indonesia Geographer Society, or IGI. He is also a fellow of Leadership for Environment and Development in London. He is a lifetime member of SID, Society for International Development, based in London. He is also published various books, which you can see here, several books, including Ecotourism Destination, Rural Geography, and so on. He is also very much concerned to SDGs, as in his department, he has held a routine discussion about SDGs. So, ladies and gentlemen, please join me to welcome Professor M. Baikuni. Please, Professor, you also have 20 minutes. The floor is
Thank
yours.
you. Thank you, Anissa. Could you hear me? Yeah.
Yes, I can hear you clearly, Professor. Please, you may
I will
share
operate.
your screen.
Yes,
Yeah.
thank you.
Yes.
I will operate my PowerPoint. So first of all, thank you very much, His Excellency, the Rector Universitas Pendidikan Indonesia, the Dean of the Faculty of Social Science, and the Chairman of IGEOS, the speakers, Professor Muhammad Ali and Professor John Lovett, and other participants. Thank you very much for inviting me in this very excellent session. I will take my opportunity to share this PowerPoint, and the title is about the leadership. Yeah. The role of geography leaders in implementing sustainable development goals in the context of archipelago country. Yes. And it is great opportunity for me to express my gratitude to the committee. And this is how then Professor Ali already explaining about the importance of education, environmental education and sustainable development goal. Now I'm trying to share the knowledge and experience about the role of geography leaders in implementing the sustainable development goal. The outline of presentation is introduction, leadership, geography and education, the concept of geo-leadership for sustainability, sustainable development goal in practice, and some practical cases that we already implement in some area of Indonesia in archipelago context. And the last one is the conclusion. Now, we are entering the situation where pandemic COVID will change our world. We can reflect from the past, how the great World Heritage of Borobudur, there are some relief related to the situation of the people in illness and how to prevent the illness. And in the past, there are some problem related to health or pandemic, something like that. And we can learn how the holisticness of the caring and curing of the body, because according to the Karma Vipanga manuscript, there are some level or dimension of health, is the body or physical healthness, and then the mind healthness and the spirit healthiness. So we can add that we are not, as human, is not only one dominant creature, but we also have to create the healthy of the environment. That's the role of the geography as leaders for the situation like that. The second introduction is about how the artists express the Punokawan. It is related to the cultural actors in the new normal. It's quite interesting. There are some arts who express some situation and how to communicate to the public about how we should use health protocol in during the pandemic situation. And there is some idea we are not all in the same boat, but we are all in the same storm. So each boat has their own leaders, and the leaders in the boat should be very have a commitment, consistent in the policy coordination among the team, and have a command and control clearly. So that's the key how we will save during the pandemic COVID. Now, is it the new normal or new norm? the relationship between human and environment, we should reconsider again. Yeah, after industrial revolution, we face so many problem, human behavior and environmental problem. So now we have to reflect again how we should behave in the situation of the number of population is almost 8 billion. Yeah, as Professor Ali mentioned, how the increasing is not only number of people in the planet, but also the consumption, production, and also the pollution pattern that bring the environment under degradation, and over development will destroy the life and livelihood for the future. So we need new shifting how the geography leaders can contribute for better world. Yeah, in our changing world, nothing changed more than geography. So we have to aware that our relationship between human and environment should be reconsidered again. Leadership is a journey. That's the way how we should continue learning, as Professor Ali also mentioned about the importance of environmental education and many things related to the journey of sustainability. And with the geography, we can contribute to mutual understanding as well as cooperation and collaboration for the action. Whether it is we can clean the river for the water uses, or we should protect the environment from cutting massive trees and destroying the forest. And we should understand more and more, because our journey have to go beyond for not only our generation, but the future generation. So the education is very important here again. Education is the most powerful weapon which you can use to change the world. It is Nelson Mandela quotation, very familiar. And without geography, you are nowhere, because geography is creating understanding of where are we and how we can getting to the better situation, better world. There are some quotations that we can learn from the very, very important quote. I'm as a chairperson of the Forbim Kio, we often quote ing arso sum tulodo ing matio mangun karso tut wuri handayani. This is the spirit of education, and also the Nelson Mandela. We have role for as the forum for creating leadership among the higher education of geography and geography education in Indonesia, and hopefully with the next neighborhood like Malaysia, Singapore, Thailand, Vietnam, we can share our leadership as well for getting better for the future. So as Indonesia, that we have some ideas how archipelago country, and we promote archipelago paradigm for the leaders, understanding geopolitics, geostrategy, and geopolicy of Indonesia. I promote the paradigm of the archipelago, which is the worldview of the cultural diversity and natural ecosystem based on complexity of the archipelago. So each island has their own character. Each island has their own dynamics. So each island has their own local wisdom, and then the development should be based on the such kind of uniqueness of each island. From geopolitics, as Indonesia, we are non-bloc, but also we have a mutual cooperation with other countries. The geostrategy, we are a cross bridge of the Indian and Pacific Ocean, as well as Asia and Australia continent. And At geography of tropic, we have richness of tropical forests and mega marine biodiversity, and as well as natural resources. But we have a big problem on managing those such kind of the diversity. So we need to improve our policy, our understanding about the how to create a better development in each island. Geography of the culture, tradition, and language, we have cultural diversity spread out the islands. And from economic geography point of view, we have richness, handicraft, and creative industry. This is our challenge, how the leaders of Indonesia can create special policy for each island and in their own characters. The concept of sustainable development goal have been discussed by Professor Ali, and there are some evolution. First of all, about the triple bottom line, people, planet, and profit. And then regarding to the sustainable development, economic development, social progress, and environmental responsibility. But then we are, as geographer, we know that the compass sustainability is one of the concepts that's very important. We add well-being, north is nature, east economy, south is society, and west well-being. That's we put well-being out of the society itself, because sometimes we need happiness inside our interaction between human and nature. So the compass sustainability can be learned from the many resources. I want to go fastly go to the how then we link to the SDGs already discussed as well. There are some goals that related to each other with a position of the nature, economy, society, and well-being. And we actually acting certain activity with link to each other. We will give you some example in the field. Yeah. Before that, we are promoting the local wisdom that actually in the Eastern philosophy and culture, we have the harmony of nature and human and nature. And we have wisdom not only with the nature, but with ourselves, and ourselves with the God, the creator of the universe. So there is a responsible human come to the earth as Khalifatullah fil ard, as the leadership of the earth. So we have a mandate to develop the leadership to bring situation for our need as well as the future generation need. Let's go to the experience in the field. I will present 3 cases with a short time. One is the art children education for sustainable development with the participatory mapping. I'm sorry, there are some typo. I will improve that. The second is archipelago, expedition and education in the frontier islands. And the third one is art venture of the heritage. We bring the arts. It's very important as communication to other people, to the world, that art related to the culture, and then we try to get the happiness, because aesthetical is very important. It's not only intellectual, but aesthetical happiness is very important. So let's see that back to Borobudur temple with so many knowledge and arsip in the stone of the panel of its walls. Here we can see that now this place can be part of the education and edu-tourism. And surrounded the temple, there are some biodiversity that we can learn, and we need not only just see the stone composition, but we should go to the villages and we found some flora and fauna in the diversity. And the student in Prambanan, they also have some kind of art performance. So you can enjoy how the education in the more openness atmosphere, and it is good for not only sightseeing, but also go to the temples with the learning and experiencing the past, now, and the future. So the teacher can, or the facilitator can encourage the student to learn more and to express their style, to understand many. Wayang is the character of many profile of human and group of character. So the education for sustainable development, it is related to the community development. We try to involve the student, go to the field and play with the children. And we have here the Kalam, Kalasan Anak Alam, the community in the Terto Martani near Prambanan World Heritage. And we implement the participatory learning and also pilar participatory innovative learning and action research. The objective of this activity is not only discussion, but they also do some survey, household survey, and also interview and create a map. Yeah. Also, they play some colors to encourage the mindset and openness. There are local wisdom like Sinau Iku Kanti Laku and Laku Sing Migunani. It is about how learning by doing and how learning with useful for today and future improvement. I will do fast, and it is quite interesting. We use the participatory mapping and quantum GIS, and look, the children is very excited. They learn where they home, where their parents' home, their uncle homes, etc., and what is the contact with the river, with the paddy field, etc. Look, the interesting photo related to them. They go to the survey in the field, and they do also cross tap with statistic and spatial statistic and mapping, and then it uploaded to the internet that maybe other community can learn about that as well. So what is the result of this activity? That the student who follow the subject of ComDev, they know much better about the real community and how the student can learn together with the children, how use some methods. And the children are very enthusiastic in learning about the village and environment. So that's first case. The second case is archipelago expedition and education. Then we have some students in a group of 25 students. They go to months in the field, and with the multidisciplinary approach, they go to many places of Indonesia. If we have 5,000 per year student in Gajah Mada, then the number of KKN field work is like this as well, because KKN or kuliah kerja nyata is requirement in the process of education in UGM. So we got some students select the place where it is very remote and but in the center of Indonesia. a small island, we call it Lingkang Tangaya, and we have a plan 2019 and 2020 and next year. The first year, the student try to improve some facilities for having facilities for learning, and then also create product and market development of their own resources. There are some abon or processing fish, and then the student create a workshop and then also create the market for the urban area. For yes,
You have
this
3
is
minutes more.
okay. Thank you. And then some output assessment and planning. This is the result of the KKN. Also novel and story of Silas Island. The story about how they have some experience in the field. And this year, because of situation, we did KKN daring in this area as well. But quite interesting that the student can create many aspects, yeah. Documentary of the cultural heritage, documentary of how they use TIK, Kepulauan, how Pahan Ajar, and then maritime leadership, and also the tourism potencies study. And also manual book and about food processing for the islands. Yeah, there are some books that created by the student and by online. Yeah, they have some communication with the local, and then they create some resources, and then they did some module for doing that. The last cases is about the art, how the adventure of the heritage we can learn from the past, now, and future. We try to promote Renaissance at the village level. We learn from Europe Renaissance in the 14th century to 17th century. But today, I think we are in darkness of the world, and we create Renaissance of the East, Java culture, Hamamayu Hayuning Bawono. We can discuss more about that, but some artists and cultural activists, we did some meeting and experiencing some arts like this to create communication, to consciousness of the people that we are in the facing the new and revolution situation. Even in during the pandemic, we create some expo in the village houses. It's not only the big and prestigious building, but even it's good create the grassroots movement in expo via daring. And we have some art and culture Saresian, how we have to learn the local culture to encourage them, empower them, and we are together doing collaboration. Some reflection and lesson learned. Pandemic COVID-19 will change the behavior of human relation to the environment, and revolution of IT will change the business landscape with reshape economy and ecology and new ethics. The role of geography leader in sustainable development goal implementation is very important. Sharing and caring together with a partnership with the community, business, government, and the media, or pentahelix. And then local wisdom and knowledge in archipelago community, it is very important to involve them in participation and empowerment and problem solving. The conclusion is we should changing our paradigm from continental thinking to archipelago sustainable development. Each island has their own character, and each character has their own solution. Thank you very much for listening and understanding. Anissa,
Yes.
back to you.
Yes, thank you very much, Professor. Thank you very much for a very interesting talk about the role of geography leaders in implementing sustainable development goals in archipelago of Indonesia. It is nice to see a lot of pictures of Indonesian heritage, the Prambanan and Balinese dancer. Thank you, Professor. We will come back to you later. Yeah. Dear participants, if you have any question, you can start to write it down in the Zoom chat box or YouTube comment box. You can write your name, institution, and to whom your question will be directed. You can also write question in Bahasa Indonesia, and I will try to translate it later. Yeah. So ladies and gentlemen, our last and our guest speaker from abroad is Professor John Lovett from University of Leeds. So please allow me to introduce him first. He is now a chair in global challenge in University of Leeds. He got PhD in ecology and biogeography of the Eastern Arc Mountains of Tanzania, University of Wales, Bangor. He got his bachelor in botany from University of Oxford. His research focuses on the institutional economics of natural resource management and takes an interdisciplinary approach, bringing together both the natural and social science. He is interested in the links between local and international law and policy and the practical aspects of implementation of global agreements. He works in many different countries with recent projects in Nepal, Lebanon, Tanzania, Mexico, and Indonesia. He runs a massive open online course about environmental challenge on the Future Learn, which has been attended by more than 100,000 learners. Here is the link. If you want, I can also copy the link in the chat box later so you can open it. Much of his current research is focused on around interdisciplinary research on renewable energy with projects on capacity building, bioenergy, and mini-grids. He was a visiting professor at Universitas Pendidikan Indonesia in 2017 for 3 months. So without further ado, I would like to welcome Professor John Lovett. So ladies and gentlemen, please join me to welcome Professor John Lovett. Professor, you will have 20 minutes presentation, so the time is yours now.
Okay, terima kasih.
Yes.
Anissa, nice to see you. Selamat pagi.
Yeah, selamat pagi. Thank you, Prof. Lovett. So it's 4 a.m. in Leeds, yes?
Yeah, yes, and as you can see, it's still dark here, and I'm still drinking my morning tea.
Okay, but yeah, thank you for made it here. So we will welcome your presentation, please, Professor.
Thank you. It's a pleasure to join you. So, okay, and you're going to load the presentation from your side?
Yes, please, sir.
Okay, that's great. Thank you.
Yes, can you see it, Professor Lovett?
I can see it. That's great. Thank you very much. Okay, I'm going to focus on Sustainable Development Goal 7, energy. Next slide, please. And Sustainable Development Goal 7 is to ensure universal access to affordable, reliable, and modern energy services. And what I'm going to try and do during the talk is to show the linkages between SDG 7 and the other Sustainable Development Goals. It's not enough just to focus on one Sustainable Development Goal. You've got to consider all the goals together. And after I've made that introduction of the linkages, then I'll talk or give an example of Indonesia-Africa cooperation. And Indonesia-Africa cooperation goes back a long way. In 1955, there was a meeting in Bandung where the spirit of Bandung was established to enable cooperation, South-South cooperation with Africa. And we're now working in our projects in this spirit of Bandung with looking at the potential for electrical mini-grids. And in Africa, we're working with countries in Congo-Brazzaville, Uganda, and Tanzania. And I'll show some examples from Tanzania and also a little bit about the examples of the project that we're doing on Sumba Island, the iconic island where renewable energy mini-grids are being tried out. And then finally, I'll give some conclusions. Next slide. So Sustainable Development Goal is one of 17 goals. And as you can see, they cover a wide range of different aspects, from poverty, ending hunger, healthy lives, education, gender, water and sanitation, economic growth, infrastructure and industrialization, reducing inequality, inclusive and resilient cities, sustainable consumption and production, climate change, ocean, seas and marine resources, terrestrial systems, peace and global partnerships. And I'll just highlight a few of those to see how they relate to Sustainable Development Goal 7. Next slide. Why are we worried about Sustainable Development Goal 7? Well, over 1 billion people are still living without access to electricity, especially in sub-Saharan Africa and South Asia. For a lot of us, electricity is something that we just take for granted. We wake up in the morning and we can switch the lights on, we can switch the heating on, we can do our cooking with it. But for many people, electricity just, it either isn't there, or the supplies are very intermittent with blackouts and brownouts. And there is a huge difference in terms of the sustainable development and livelihoods of those people that have electricity and those people that do not have electricity. Next slide. So let's start off by having a look at Sustainable Development Goal 1, end poverty in all its forms everywhere. Well, energy is fundamental to livelihoods, and having universal access to clean, affordable, green energy is going to make a very difference to people's livelihoods. Interestingly enough, when the Millennium Development Goals were formulated, energy was missing from those goals. And it wasn't until the Sustainable Development Goals came that it was actually included and its full ramifications understood. And in Sustainable Development Goal 2, ending hunger, achieving food security, improving nutrition, and promoting sustainable agriculture. Well, obviously, cooking is going to be important, but there are, there's more from that. If you're going to use the type of energy production, for example, for biogas digesters, where you would be putting cow slurry and other forms of organic material into a digester to produce methane biogas, then that methane can be used for cooking or heating or even producing electricity. But then the residue from the digestion process makes a fantastic fertilizer. And I've seen in fields outside Bandung where biogas projects are operating, the vegetables that are being grown on the smallholder farms there are absolutely fantastic, and of course those are destined for the Bandung markets. Gasifiers is another technology that can be used to produce energy from biomass, and one of the residues from gasifiers is biochar, and this is also very important for improving the fertility of smallholder agriculture. Another potential side effect of using biogas digesters for where you can digest the slurry and turn it into methane is that this can help to reduce slurry pollution. And if you look around in the rivers around Bandung, then a lot of them are polluted with slurry from the intensive livestock rearing that takes place. So you can really make a change to the overall environment by shifting to this type of energy production. Next slide. Ensuring healthy lives and promoting well-being at all ages for SDG 3. Something that has only been relatively recently highlighted is the fact that if people are cooking using open fires in kitchens, then it creates a great deal of indoor air pollution from particulates. And this has been called the killer in the kitchen, with 1.6 million deaths a year in developing countries attributed to this type of pollution. So obviously switching to clean green energy is going to help reduce that the health effects of indoor air pollution. In terms of SDG 5, achieving gender equality and empowering all women and girls, well, following on from SDG 3, it's obvious that women and children who are going to be in the kitchen a lot are most affected by indoor air pollution. So improving the way that heating and cooking can be done is going to significantly improve the health of women and children in particular. Next slide. SDG 8, promoting sustained, inclusive and sustainable economic growth. Reliable supply of electrical energy is important for providing energy for micro enterprises, so that people can have, for example, small scale tailoring with sewing machines, or cooking, or shops with lighting, and lighting for business and education. If you are going to school and you're reading your books in the evening, it's much nicer to read the book by an electric light than using a small oil lamp, and those oil lamps also produce indoor air pollution, so we're back to health effects. Communication's a very important part of education as well, with radio and television. Communication through telephone is of course very important for businesses, and a lot of payments can be made over the telephone as well, which is important for micro enterprises. Next slide, please. Sustainable Development Goal 13, taking urgent action to combat climate change and its impacts. If we're switching to renewable energy, solar, wind, hydro and biomass, then it means that we're not burning fossil fuels in order that would produce greenhouse gases, and that would exacerbate climate change. There have been some, as we'll look later on when we get to look at the local examples, there have been major changes in technology, and I'll talk about this when we're looking at mini grids. But it's possible to power homes and villages using small-scale renewable energy, and that's now become cost-effective. And it's not necessary to build large-scale transmission lines to power stations that would be burning coal. SDG 15, protect, restore, and promote sustainable use of terrestrial ecosystems. Well, a lot of areas are affected by deforestation and degradation, people gathering firewood for energy. But I think something that's even more exciting when we're looking at the small scale approach to renewable energy production is the idea of energy gardens. And this was pioneered by a colleague of mine, Gauda Balakrishna, in India, in the Hassan Biofuels project. And what he did there was he said, well, if we can take local indigenous oilseed plants, we can encourage farmers to grow them in the field bunds or as shade plants, and those oilseed plants can be collected by the farmer and either used directly as a fuel for things like irrigation pumps, or they can be a source of income by selling them to people who are then gathering, producing the oil and turning that into biofuel. And if that concept of the energy garden is extended, you can also include things, as I've mentioned before, producing fertilizer from biogas production and biochar to enhance the fertility of the fields. Okay, next slide. SDG 7, strengthening the means of implementation, revitalizing the global partnership for sustainable development. If you've got top-down centralized energy production, then you have a very hierarchical structure that doesn't involve a great deal of collaboration. But if you're shifting to renewable energy, and this has been done very much at a local scale, then it involves a lot of local collaboration. Of course, this needs to be done within the framework of international agreements, and the United Nations framework for climate change is the major international agreement that is causing the driver of the shifts in national agendas on renewable energy. Knowledge exchange between different countries is very important. And with our particular project, this is an example of this, where we have linked the researchers in Africa with the researchers in Indonesia to create a partnership that's in line with the Bandung spirit of Indonesia-Africa cooperation. Next slide, please. So there we are. This is the Asian African Conference in 1955 in Bandung. Next slide. And in 2005, there was a celebration, a commemoration of the Golden Jubilee of the Asian African Conference, which shows that the Bandung spirit is still very much alive. Next slide. Now, I'll quickly run through some examples of our partnership between Indonesia and Africa by showing some of the villages that we're researching in Africa, and then some villages on Sumba Island. And this project is called Creating Resilient Sustainable Microgrids Through Hybrid Renewable Energy Systems. And in University of Leeds, we have an interdisciplinary research group from geography, electrical and electronic and electrical engineering, and chemical and process engineering. In Africa, the partner countries are Uganda, Tanzania, and the Republic of Congo. And Indonesia, the partner there is Resilient Development Initiative, who is then working with a wide range of universities and partners, both in Bandung and also on Sumba Island. Next slide. So mini-grids have a huge potential, and they are becoming technically and financially possible now as the technology becomes cheaper and the political will for implementing mini-grids, as opposed to putting in large-scale transmission forms of electrical provision, is becoming available. And they have a wide range of different types, from mini-grids that might be small with just a few households and peer-to-peer connections, going all the way up to supplying larger towns and villages, and perhaps integrating with the with the national grid. Next slide. So we're going to just quickly look through a few practical examples. This is in Uganda. This is the Watoto Orphanage Village, and this is a village that was set up to house orphans. Uganda has been very affected by HIV/AIDS, and this has created large numbers of orphans. And it's also surrounded by a lot of wars. There are several million refugees in Uganda. And of course, those wars have also created a lot of orphans. So a number of charitable institutions have set up orphanage villages where they build houses and create surrogate families for the orphans. And these are powered by home solar systems in a mini grid. Next slide. Here's an example of a solar mini grid in a village called Kiboga village. Next slide. And on Kalangala Island in Lake Victoria, they have a much larger hybrid system here for about 2,000 households producing 1.6 megawatts, which combines solar and diesel mini grids. And what we're looking at on this particular island is to see if we can replace the diesel with biomass generation. Next slide. And moving over to Sumba Island in the Iconic Island project. This was a project that was set up by the government of Indonesia to as a case study to see how renewable energy mini grids can be implemented practically, because of course Indonesia is an archipelago of more than 15,000 islands, and it's just not possible to connect all those islands to the main grid on the way that you can in the larger islands of the archipelago. So establishing efficient mini grid systems is going to be very important for the development of Indonesia as a whole. Next slide. So the electrification rate in Sumba, it's still at about 25%, and it varies across the island, with southwest Sumba having a much higher electrification rate than in east Sumba. Next slide. And the Iconic Island program started in 2011, and the types of renewable energy that are being installed are micro hydro, wind, solar centralized, solar individual, solar water pumps, biogas, and biomass. Next slide. Here's some examples of some villages on Sumba that have been helped by the Iconic Islands project to develop their renewable electrical provision. And there they've got micro hydro and solar pumps. And in the pictures there, you can see the installation of the micro hydro and the solar power. Next slide. And in this example, this is one of the most prosperous villages. It's a hybrid grid, and there they have micro hydro, diesel generators, and they have about 300 households involved. Next slide. But it's not without its problems. They established a wind farm of about 18 wind turbines for 22 households. But these wind turbines now, although they're spinning round and round, they're not generating electricity for the households. And the reason for this is that the institutional systems for governance and maintenance of these wind turbines wasn't well established. So the village is unsure about who should be responsible for their maintenance. And I think this illustrates the critical importance of having interdisciplinary research in for SDG 7, that you not only need engineers to come in and establish the technology for renewable energy generation, but you also need to have socioeconomists looking at things like the economics of the generation, who's going to pay for it, how it's going to be paid for, and the governance systems for maintenance and operation. And if you don't get those socioeconomic systems established, then the technical interventions that are put in by the engineers, they might run for a little while, and then they'll stop working, and all that investment is lost. Next slide. And here's a third example. This is at Tanburi, where there are solar panels for 42 households. There's problems here. One of the panel sets was broken by fallen trees. And if the TV gets switched on, then all the other lights in the houses go off. So that's a technical problem that could be overcome by electrical engineers establishing the right kind of systems to link the peer-to-peer generation systems. And this was installed through a donation. Okay, next slide, please. Okay, just a summary of our microgrid research. Mini grids, it's not a single system. There are a lot of very diverse different types of systems. One of the key problems that if you're having this kind of local system, then you need to have technical support and maintenance. And currently, this is not well established where mini grids have been installed in remote rural communities. So this is something that needs to have quite a lot of thought put into improving. Micro hydro performs better than solar, but then of course you need to have the ability to install micro hydro, and that depends very much on local geography. There's a lack of integration of efforts from multiple organizations, and there's even competition between these organizations for installing and running the microgrids. There's an insufficient capacity of the local authority, and when you have a subsistence economy, some are content to go with a government subsidy. And coming back to the SDG of the importance of economic development, with microgrids, it really needs to go hand in hand with the development of local enterprises, businesses, and industry, because that's how the microgrid can be paid for the electricity tariffs. And if you don't have that, then you don't have the money for maintenance and operation. So there's still quite a long way to go, but the potential is there, and it's a subject that's getting a great deal of research attention at the moment. And even in the developed countries, there's starting to be a shift towards microgrids and mini grids that are still connected to the grids. And so you can end up with a kind of hive of generation, electrical generation within communities. So the whole emphasis in the way that electricity is being generated and distributed is changing. So it's a huge global change that's taking place. Next slide, please. So in conclusion, Sustainable Development Goal 7, which is to ensure universal access to affordable, reliable, and modern energy services, also impacts on a lot of the other Sustainable Development Goals. It's an underpinning SDG, and it affects health, prosperity, equality, sustainability, and collaboration. And the success of the mini grids, this huge global transformation that is going on in the generation and provision of energy, it needs research and it needs good collaborative spirit. Thank you very much.
Yeah, thank you very much, Professor Lafayette, for your very insightful presentation. Thank you very much. It's we can link SDGs on energy into other goals in SDGs. And thank you very much, because we can also virtually we can also see your project from Uganda to Sumba, Indonesia. Thank you, Professor. We'll come back to you. So, ladies and gentlemen, let's give once again a big round of applause for our three distinguished speakers. Now we come to the question and answer session. We already have several questions. Please, can you share? Yeah. So there is, we already have several questions. First question. Okay. We will show it in the screen. Yes. Okay. Okay. The first one is from Bu Beta Paramita. It's directed to Professor Ali. So she said that, Professor Ali, thank you for your nice presentation. She asked about, as we know your expertise in educational area, she want to ask your experiment in several educational level in Indonesia. How about PLH, Pendidikan Lingkungan Hidup, ya? It's environmental education in SD, SMP, SMA, or junior high school, senior high school. Is there any significant contribution to the SDGs? And do you have perhaps any experiment to share? So please, Professor Ali, you may answer this question. Hello, Professor Ali, are you there?
Okay.
Yes, thank you.
Okay, it's unmute, right?
Oh,
Okay.
yes.
Sorry. Thank you, Dr. Beta. As you know that right now, environmental education is not the concern of the education. And SDGs, I mean the program of SDGs, even though it is under the responsibility of the government, but right now the government is still slow in implementing the effort of sustainable development sustainable development goals achievement. That's why in 2017 through 2018, 2016 through 2016, I did the research on the development of curriculum, sustainable development education curriculum, integrated into the subject of social studies for junior for elementary schools. And right now, it is not been implemented, but we have already developed the curriculum as the integration of environmental education into social studies curriculum, and it is linked with the sustainable development goals. That's our effort. But so far, it has not been implemented. And right now, we have, I mean my team, have also a research, which is the collaboration between 9 universities, 7 in Asian countries, and no, 7 in some Asian countries and 2 in European countries. The countries involved are Indonesia, Malaysia, and Vietnam. And from Indonesia, we have the collaboration between UPI, UGM, USM in Malaysia, and UTM also in Malaysia, UOM in Malaysia, and also from Vietnam International University and University of Social Sciences and Humanity in Vietnam, and 2 in Europe. It is Crete University and the Frederick Universities in Cyprus. And the research, the program of the research will be from 2019 through 2022, and it is focused on the development of ICT enabled teacher training, focusing or addressing the sustainable development or sustainability issues. And in this research, we have already developed the content of education to train primary school teachers in implementing sustainable development education in primary school. That's what we are doing, Dr. Beta, and we have already also have the curriculum of environmental education integrated into the education for sustainable development. Besides, I also had some PhD student whose dissertation is on developing sustainable development education integrated into some subjects. And 3 students have already graduated, and external examiner for those students were Professor Baikuni, and I still have 2 more PhD students who is writing a dissertation on integration of sustainable development education to some other subject. Thank you.
Yes, thank you, Professor Ali. I hope that answered the question from Dr. Beta Paramita. Yeah. So we already have several questions again coming. So perhaps I will come to another question. So please, speakers, you may answer this in a short time. So maybe we can have more questions to be added. Okay, next. Okay, this one is to Professor Baikuni from Miss Dewi Lisnor. She said that thank you for your nice presentation. She asked about how to educate the community so that people have a caring attitude and are environmentally aware, and how can field activities for children be carried out during the Paggebluk period or the COVID-19 pandemic. Please, Professor Baikuni, would you please answer this question?
Okay, thank you very much, Ibu Professor Dewi Lisnor, to us to raise the question. It is very important, to educate the community. And now, student, especially children, are at home. They have some activity, learning, and also doing something at home. So it is need the parents to assist them, but as well as they need other person, for example, the student as a facilitator, as motivator for the children to do something new, because children like to learn with the games, and also something that creativity can encourage them to learn more. It's not only just listening or just seeing, but also doing something. So we have called learning is
It seems that the network is have some problem. Professor Baikuni?
mengalam is the tune in the something we should learn. That's maybe this is my answer.
Yes, thank you very much, Professor Baikuni. We will next have another question. We now have one for Professor John Lovett. Yes. We already answered this question. To Professor John Lovett, we have one. Yes, this one. Okay, this question is from Mr. Firyadi. He said that thank you for your nice presentation. He asked about what should Indonesia do to deal with the issue of environmental sustainability that has caused oil palm plantation. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. That's a very important question for Indonesia. And in fact, we have the expert on oil palm sustainability with us, with Anissa, who can actually answer that question a lot better than I can. Oil palm, obviously, it's very important economically for Indonesia. It's a major export as well as providing domestic supplies of oil palm. And where it's come into the SDG 7, the energy question, is that the oil palm is used to make biodiesel. And I think this is a good example of how we need to be careful about how we implement SDG 7, in that if you try and replace fossil fuel supply systems with major agricultural systems, there simply isn't enough agricultural land to be able to do this. And we need to think about hybrid systems rather than directly replacing systems. And of course, from Indonesia, although oil palm is very important for the Indonesian economy, it's also caused a lot of environmental destruction as well. But Anissa, would you like to add something to that? Because you're really a specialist on oil palm sustainability.
Yes, thank you very much. Yeah, I think because it has a lot of conflict in it. So, but Indonesia is still ongoing now to keep the sovereignty of the standard that they made. They now still socializing the standard that they made to other global world, to make sure that Indonesia is still doing sustainable plantation of palm oil. So we will see what happened, because there is a lot of webinar as well regarding this because of this pandemic, and what will be happen to Indonesia palm oil. So yeah, I think perhaps.
Okay, thank you, Anissa, and I recommend people to read Anissa's very nice paper and well developed on this.
Thank you, Professor Lovett. Yeah, so we keep running out of time, but we will read more questions. Yeah. From okay, next. Okay, this one is for Professor Ali again. What do you think about the current development of environmental education? Why the existing programs such as Adiwiyata is no longer active? Perhaps we can make it shorter so we can answer more questions, Professor.
Okay, thank you. I think because it is the policy of the government, but I don't think, but I think I can say that the environment education is no longer implemented. So those related to the implementation of environment education, like what you are asking, is also not the concern of the education. But from my own perspective, it is important that I think we have to struggle for, for improving the environment education on this case. Thank you.
Professor Muhammad Ali. We have another question for Professor Baikuni from Adi Wei from Geography of Indonesian University. Is there any sample participatory mapping for heritage on urban area, Professor Baikuni?
Yeah, thank you. There are some experience and experiment about the participatory mapping and urban heritage. Yeah? Some of the green mapping community of Indonesia, they have long experience, and it's not only geographer but also bring other disciplines like urban planner, archaeology, anthropology, sociology, etc. Exercise together related to the green mapping. There are some websites about green mapping and also participatory mapping, but also we can learn each other how we share the information and also the situation related to the participatory mapping in urban area. It is maybe easier in rural area because the type of the community still can work together in gotong royong, but for the urban area, sometimes we have to have some kind of group of community from the area itself, and we not only directly develop the participatory mapping, but before that we should create some kind of group dynamics, or sometimes related to the developing the group of concern of the children or the young people about the heritage. Then we try to make collaboration together with them to make some kind of analyzing and as well as mapping, and sometimes they go to the urban government to share the experience and maybe to influence for the policy making. Thank you. We can learn each other in some area of Yogyakarta. We have some experience.
Oh yeah, thank you.
Thank you, Adi.
Perhaps we can visit Yogyakarta and we can see what happened there and what we can learn. Thank you, Professor Baikuni. So there is one question from Fitri Rahma Fitria to Professor John Lovett. This is quite a long question. Since the green energy is very important to maintain the Earth's sustainability, then it is necessary to make it available for all human beings. But as we know that the cost of green energy is higher than other, and this will lead to the issue of social justice in the concept of sustainability. So isn't the SDGs is an utopia concept, as it's hard to implement equally among environment, social, and economy? So Professor Lovett.
That's a very good question. And I think let me deal with the question of cost. I think what you need to do is to put the cost in a more holistic perspective and look at the cost of climate change. And as we know, the cost of climate change in many places has been very high. Last year, there were huge fires in Australia. There were huge fires at the moment in California. And if the Amazon rainforest dries out because of climate change, then that will burn as well. Indonesia has had problems in the past with fires too. So Climate change also affects rising sea levels, and so the cost of coastal cities going underwater with rising sea levels is going to be quite high. So when you're thinking about the cost of shifting to renewable energy, then you also need to include those costs of maintaining the current system. The technology for renewable energy is becoming much cheaper. And certainly in the UK, we're now seeing renewable energy sources cheaper than using fossil fuel sources. The cost of a diesel generator is much higher than the cost of a solar generator, for example. The difference is that the cost is being shifted. And if you've got large scale energy infrastructure, you have huge government subsidies to fossil fuel industries, to centralized generating and transmission facilities. Whereas if you have local renewable energy, that cost is entirely borne by the local community. So phase out subsidies, phase out those big subsidies, and they include the cost of global warming, and then the financial picture shifts completely. Okay, thank you, Al.
Yeah,
I know
thank you.
Other questions.
We have more question coming. If you can see that in the chat box, there's a lot of question now. So we still have time. We still have 15 minutes to go, or 14 minutes. Yeah. So there is one question for Professor Baikuni again from Edi Suresman from UPI. He said that geography is the key to hold for future the world, but some people were distract environment. How the best solution for this problem?
Thank you, Mr. Edi. It is quite interesting and critical question. How the best solution for the problem getting human destruction on environment. So I think we need education. The second is how we can contribute to create the future leaders of. So we need some kind of leadership training and capacity building for the young people. Somehow we should also go to the policymaker, politician, as well as the government at the multi-level of power to create some kind of awareness or consciousness related to this problem. Many of activists trying to create pressure via media, but somehow it is not effective in the long run. We need long investment through education, and I believe the education is one of the most powerful weapon to change the world, like Nelson Mandela said. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Yeah, we still have question for Professor John Lovett. This one is from Amber Kusmandari. She said that I'm interested in your presentation regarding with the SDGs. Is it possible if we work together? She said. Yeah, as every year we have more than 6,000 students are dropped to the village all over Indonesia for about 2 months through the SCS, Student Community Services Program of UGM. Thank you. Oh, she asked for, she want to cooperate with you, Professor Lovett.
Okay, thank you very much. That's very nice. So Amber, if you Anissa and I work together, so if you contact Anissa for cooperation, then we can work through that. I think the outreach with the students going to the villages is really important, and I've talked about the knowledge transfer between continents, between Africa and Indonesia, but this knowledge transfer between universities and the local community is also very critical. And I think that universities and students need to be aware that it's a privilege to have education and knowledge. And as part of that privilege, we should be responsible for transferring that knowledge to the local communities. I hope that answers the question.
Thank you. Yeah, if you want, you can also contact me later. Then I can also share Professor Lovett contact, or you can contact it directly to Professor Lovett. So we have more question. This one is from Fitri Rahma Fitria to Professor Baikudi. She asked, since the pandemic will be one of the major threat today and also in the future years, then what is the strategic program for education in sustainable development to reduce the negative impact of the pandemic? Thank you. I think this question is also related to Prof. Ali, expertise in education. So you may add it later, Professor Ali. First, Professor Baikuni, you may answer it first.
Yeah, thank you very much, Ibu Fitri. It is during the pandemic. It's very very difficult, especially for the children, because they have to stay at home. But sometimes it's very hectic because they want to meet with their friend in the school. But we should create a new school at home, the way of learning and educating the children. So the role of the father and mothers and the family is very important to create a new style of education. So at home, the children can work together in several ways. Learning by doing is the method for problem solving at home. For example, to cleaning the floor or the ceiling or the glass, etc., or washing the dish and washing the clothes, etc. It's part of learning by doing. The second is the community itself. Community has the role for creating the environment. So because like today during the dry season, windy, and the student playing the kite, and it is very interesting to create the creativity, how to create the arts of kites and they playing kites, etc. So it needs some kind of community learning process, and the leader of the community can bring together the local potencies to encourage the children and the teacher stay at the community to do some new creative and innovative learning. I think the children also be part of the learning about the creative production at the household level or in the community level. There are some economic activity that the student can also play a role to help the process, as well as the process itself is create the knowledge and suitable for them to do at their own capacity. That's thank you for Fitria. And we can discuss later and much more.
Yes. Professor Ali, perhaps you can add more to this question.
Yes. Okay. I think I can add explanation to Professor Baikuni's explanation. And you know, education plays an essential role in developing and cultivating awareness, knowledge, skills related to sustainable development. That's why, like I explained earlier about my research, my collaboration research with 9 universities in ASEAN and European countries, it is about how to develop learning system by using ICT in addressing the issues on sustainable development goals or sustainability. And this can be applied, and I think pandemic COVID-19 give experience and lesson learned for us that education not only can be implemented through the way of a face-to-face learning process, but also can use ICT to deliver or to engage teaching learning processes. That's why I hope our research result, our collaboration research results on ICT enable teacher training can also be implemented in teaching and learning related to sustainability education. Besides, last year I also not only last year and this year I am also doing a research on developing model system in developing knowledge on dengue. The research is the collaboration between myself from UPI and also from ITB and from UNPAD to develop e-learning system for developing knowledge of the community on how to prevent dengue in the community. That's I think interesting because the way we engage teaching and learning process is not only by face-to-face relationship, but also can use the media of ICT. And COVID-19 has given lesson learned that about that issues. Thank you.
Thank you, Professor Ali. Perhaps we will have another collaboration with Leeds as well, yeah, in the future.
Okay, thank you.
So
I will.
we have 3 minutes to go, so perhaps one last question for Professor Lovett. No, Gilman. Yeah, this is from Gilman Ismail. Actually, he wrote he wrote long statement first, but I try to summarize his question. His question is, in your opinion, what is best, less maintenance requiring green energy micro generator that is suitable to be implemented in the Indonesia region, for instance, Sumba. Then regarding the natural geographical potential, if somehow the institution and their peoples were ready to receive and maintain the provided infrastructure, what kind of green micro generator best suit in this case? Yeah.
Thank you very much. That's a very good question, and I think the answer is that where we've been going wrong is that we haven't really been thinking about the socioeconomic situation and the anthropological situation. We've got lots of different technologies that can be used to supply renewable energy, to create microgrids, to combine energy production with agriculture. So the engineers have been doing their job. We've got tools in our toolbox for the clean green energy revolution. But where we've been lagging behind is the socioeconomists, the institutional economists, the governance people haven't really been getting in there and answering the kind of questions about how we can implement these technologies within the local communities. So I don't think it's actually looking at one particular type of green micro generator that's best suited, because we've got a mix of technologies that can be applied to a wide range of situations. But making the application of those technologies sustainable, that's the real research question. And it also requires political will from the local communities, from the districts, the regions, all the way through national and international governance systems. Okay, thank you.
Yes, thank you, Professor Lovett. just right on time. Thank you very much. So, ladies and gentlemen, finally, we come to the end of this first session of this seminar. We have seen how Professor Muhammad Ali, Professor Baikuni, Professor John Lovett linked the geography's contribution to the Sustainable Development Goals, including its global challenge and opportunities from the perspective of education, the geography leadership, and energy sector. So we would like to say thanks again for all the speakers for their informative and insightful talk, and to the audience for your active participation. My apology, maybe not all the question can be answered because of the time. Perhaps you can also ask that to the committee, then we can ask to the speakers. So hopefully the presentation will be beneficial for everybody. Thank you for your attention. So, good morning. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam.
Thank you very
John
Thank
Lovett.
you. Thank you, Professor Lovett. Thank you. Have a nice day.
My staff have to go to your school. They have supervision, Professor John.
Oh, yeah.
So,
Thank you, Prof. Baikuni and Prof. Ali.
Welcome.
And
Lead for the taking picture session with the speakers.
Oh, yes.
Okay.
So this one, online pictures. Yes.
I put Union Jack flag beside me, Professor John.
Thank you very much. What an insightful and fruitful discussion had been taking place. And we have seen lots of enthusiasm, but we're going to have next plenary sessions. Thank you very much, Madam Chairman, for conducting that fruitful discussion. Now, we're about to move to the second plenary session. The second plenary would be delivered by future speakers and chaired by Dr. Beta Paramita.
Thank you.
Thank you for Madam Chairman for the first plenary session. Now we're about to move for the second plenary session.
This session will be chaired by Dr. Eng Beta Paramita. She takes her Doctor of Engineering in Urban and Building Physics, University of Kitakyushu, Japan, and currently she has been serving as an assistant professor in Architectural Study Program, Universitas Pendidikan Indonesia. Madam Beta, we would like to hand over the second plenary session under your chairmanship, please.
Yeah, Angelo, for your nice introduction. Dear Honorable feature speaker, so we're going to have 5 feature speaker here. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the second plenary session, the fourth International Geography Seminar, IGEOS 2020. Geographic contribution to the Sustainable Development Goals, Global Challenge and Opportunity. So my name is Beta Paramita and I'll be chair of this session for the 75 minutes. So during this session, I would like to remind you again to mute your mic, and also you may let your camera on. Before we start our session, allow me to introduce our honorable feature speaker, Professor Dr. Darsi Harjo. He is professor in Department of Geographical Education in Universitas Pendidikan Indonesia. Her future research is in sustainable land use model at Upper Cikapundung River, North Bandung. Development of Ciletuh Geopark based on community participation as tourist area in Sukabumi district. Also tourism destination based on culture, history, and religion in Ciayumaku, Majakuning. Okay, the second feature speaker is Ibu Professor Dr. Eva Banuati from UNES. She is a professor in Department of Geography Education, Universitas Negeri Semarang, and she got her doctoral degree in UGM, and then her interest research in agriculture and also social geography. And the next speaker is Professor Madya Dr. Muhammad Hairi Ibrahim from UPSI. His position now is Associate Professor and Dean of Faculty of Social Science and Humanity at Sultan Idris Education University. He got her PhD in Iklim Bandar University Kebangsaan Malaysia, sorry. And his interest is in physical geography, climate and meteorology, and also in ekosistem bandar alam sekitar dan pengurusan alam sekitar. Okay, this is the next speaker. We have Associate Professor Dr. Mamat Ruhimat. He's from UPI, is currently Associate Professor in Department of Geography Education, Universitas Pendidikan Indonesia. He got her doctoral in Pendidikan IPS, Universitas Pendidikan Indonesia. The last speaker we got here, we're going to have Ibu Profesor Madya Dr. Nor Kalsum Moh Isa from UPSI. She is now Associate Professor at Faculty of Human Sciences at Sultan Idris Education University. And she got her doctoral in Pengurusan Project in University Malaya. So her research now currently in improving energy saving attitude and behavior among Malaysian using norm activation model from 2017 until 2020. And then she also having the evaluation of flipped learning application for geographic subject user arc model of motivational design. Each speaker will given around 10 minutes to deliver the speech, whether in English or Bahasa Indonesia, and I will remind the speaker to finish the presentation before 3 last minutes. And I will continue to the next speaker since we have very limited time. And the audience may have leave the question and answer in the chat column, and also we can have the Q&A in the YouTube column. Also, once the speaker finish the presentation, I'll read and deliver to the assigned speaker. Okay, please allow me to welcome Professor Darcy Harjo to deliver his speech about geographic contribution to develop sustainability between the benefit and reality of geographic education in Indonesia. Professor Darcy Harjo, time is yours.
Yes, thank you. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Thanks to the moderator, ladies and gentlemen. The presentation topic that will be delivered is geography contribution to develop sustainable between the benefit and reality of geography education in Indonesia. Geography is discipline that needed. It has been existed as the sometime as human existed on Earth. Please, PPT.
Do you like me to share my your presentation? Oh, okay, just a minute.
Okay. Okay. Next slide. Next slide.
Yeah. Wait a minute.
Next slide.
This one?
Okay. Yes. Geography is discipline that needed. It has been existed as the sometime as human existed on Earth. Without geography, human will not recognize themselves and won't recognize their environment. Even in fulfilling their daily needs, human can be separated from geography as discipline. Next. The world has been provided discipline about Earth, which is associated with place, location, potential, and natural resource hold important role to maintain sustainability of human life. Next. Because of that, the majority of developed countries continue to study and map natural and human resource which can be empowered their nation to survive. They even continue to compete from conventional to sophisticated equipment which is difficult to reach by developing countries. Next. History proves that life in community, nation, and state often face with crisis situation, both economic and territory, but crises often occur and sometimes repetitive. For example, the scarcity of food and energy material make the spirit of the expand its influence and theory become problem that's difficult to overcome and cause tension at their own and even involve several neighbor countries. Next. The condition and situation like this should become an agenda and reflection and strengthening knowledge about territory, environment, spatial, resource, and how to manage them. So the community member can understand, can own, and utilize existing natural resource to sustain its life. Our ancestors are sailor and explorer, but why is our younger generation now afraid of the sea? And when there are natural phenomena that occur by sea, it had a lot of fiction. Also, our younger generation afraid to explore their own territory. It caused many islands and land not even been visited and has not been used at all, especially the resource and wide seabed. The last option, the land damage, as a form are used by community to support their life is getting more damage, such as land degradation, for example, erosion, landslide, and flood. That happened because the community lacks of understanding in managing and utilizing land resource. It makes the result between benefit from utilizing and cost that incur due to land degradation is not balanced. This form of management is what we call it as unsustainability utilized. Let's take a look for a moment the average level of education in our community, especially Indonesia, in only second grade of junior high school or 8 year of schooling, then those people are going to live in the community and sustain their life by utilizing land. The question is whether they understand the nature and character of the land or not. When they only have knowledge up to second grade of junior high school, then it's reasonable if the impact and land degradation not only occur on countryside, but also occur in urban areas. This shows that their knowledge about space, environment, and territory is very poor and does not even exist. Next. Therefore, let's think together from professional organization on institution about our education system, learning content, even the curriculum that we use to get review guide that make make it become education system with ensure formation of sustainable community life. Next. With this background, education material in primary and secondary school should be able to equip students to live in prosperous, orderly, safe, peaceful way, and not destroy natural resources. Person of member of community who live in Indonesia region should, one, must be faithful and devoted to God, so it is necessary to study religion. Two, must know the rule, norm, and law that exist in society. Then we need to study PKM. Three, must be able to communicate, so it's need to study language. Four, must have strong logic, so study about maths, mathematics, or arithmetic are needed. Five, must be healthy and strong, therefore we need a physical education lesson. Six, must know the history of the area that the occupied, so study about history is needed. Seven, must know the side of territory that they have, including the resource and potential of the region. That's why it is necessary to study geography. While the other subjects, such as chemistry, physics, biology, and economic, and so on, can be studied more in depth on higher education level. This narrative built by the fact the average length of education is only up to 8 years, or equivalent to second grade of junior high school. In general, this group live in rural area and work as cultivator and land resource. We also often mistakenly teach geography to elementary and junior high school students because we taught all knowledge that we gained in college to them. For example, we taught them about geographic concept, geographic approach, even geographic research, that material is philosophical which should be studied on higher education level. The material that we taught is should be related to life skill, spatial, environment, and regional. It must be a basic content in geography, so that while they fulfilling their daily needs, they can also be friendly to social and natural environment. Thank you. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Thank you so much for your nice presentation. Actually, we still have 2 minutes more, but you run very fast. And I would like to invite Ibu Professor Banowati from UNES, Bu Eva Banowati from UNES to deliver your speech. Ibu Eva, have you here?
Okay, Mbak, saya gabung. Thank you, moderator.
Ibu Eva, we're going to share your screen or you going to? Oh, okay, we have already.
Okay. Kok belum Mbak? Dari saya belum nampak itu. Kok masih putus-putus ya?
We have already show your screen. The role of geography academic in increasing community.
Sudah jelas, Bu Eva.
Iya, tapi di saya nggak nampak, belum nampak.
Oh, we've already.
Saya nge-share sendiri aja ya.
Oh, enggak. Please.
Bentar, saya pilihnya.
Harus jadi co-host dulu, Bu.
Oh gitu ya?
Iya, biasanya.
Wait a minute. Oh ya, yeah, you can share your own screen.
Oh ya, oke ya. Sudah. Thank you moderator, ladies and gentlemen. Mohon maaf, saya akan menggunakan bahasa campur-campur agar presentasi saya lebih baik, begitu ya. Tadi diberi kesempatan oleh moderator, saya gunakan.
Ibu, would you please to open your PPT or PDF? We haven't seen your screen. Belum terlihat, Ibu?
Oh, belum. Atau biar yang konser?
Ya.
Ini
perhaps
sudah lihat belum?
Belum, Bu. Baru ada file-file.
Kalau begitu panitia aja yang nge-share. Panitia aja.
Please stop sekarang.
Mungkin yang paparan Prof. Eva IGEOS 2020 yang itu ya filenya, Bu.
Stop. Saya stop share aja ya. Udah saya ikut panitia aja.
Okay. Can you see our screen now?
Ya, oke, melihat.
Yeah, please.
Thank you, moderator. This title, my paper, The Role of Geography Academy and Increasing Community Capacity and the Food Agriculture Sector for Poverty Alleviation. Bapak, Ibu, ladies and gentlemen, agar presentasi saya lebih baik, maka saya menggunakan bahasa Indonesia campur-campur gitu ya. Mohon izin. Oke, terima kasih. Sustainable Development Goal, it is a joint commitment of UN members countries based on human rights and equality to promote social, economic, environment development. The Sustainable Development Goal agenda has 70 goals and 160 target. Bapak Ibu, sebagaimana telah dikemukakan oleh pembicara terdahulu, ada 17 goal. Nah, saya akan memilih, I choose a goal that is my field. Ya, jadi saya akan pilih 3 of the 17 SDGs goal are to end all form to poverty. Silakan lanjut yang ketiga. Ya, lanjut yang ketiga. Oke. Lanjut ya. Oke. 3 of the 17 SDGs goal are to end all form of poverty and hunger by realizing food security and sustainable agriculture and ensuring better health and the being for all a group. Jadi Bapak Ibu, kita ketahui bersama, we know that poverty is still a significant problem faced by many countries in the world, terutama di negara-negara berkembang seperti halnya Indonesia. Permasalahan yang kedua dari SDGs atau goal yang kedua tentang bagaimana kelaparan, kita tahu bahwa kemiskinan atau the low income of some community members is the leading cause of insufficient food sufficiency from the community side. Kita ketahui bahwa kemiskinan itu menyebabkan sulit atau penduduk miskin sulit untuk mengakses pangan. Berpengaruh terhadap yang ketiga, karena pangannya kurang, tentu saja kesehatannya akan terganggu. Maka tujuan yang ketiga itulah atau goal yang ketiga dari SDGs itulah saya gunakan, saya pilih sesuai bidang keahlian saya. Lanjut. Metode yang digunakan, lanjut ya. Lanjut, sudah. Oke. Nah, metode yang digunakan, belum ke metode. Jadi kita ketahui bersama itu. Nah, metode yang saya gunakan dalam penelitian ini untuk mempresentasikan ini ada 3 metode. Jadi 3 metode IGEOS. Yang pertama adalah literatur review. Saya memilih penelitian-penelitian tentang agriculture yang sesuai bidang saya. Yang kedua adalah empirical study, bagaimana saya setelah melakukan penelitian-penelitian untuk menghasilkan formulasi strategi yang bisa digunakan bidang geografi dalam meningkatkan kapasitas penduduk petani. Yang ketiga, saya telah menggunakan atau melakukan capacity building effort need to conduct to improve the welfare to farming community. Bagaimana saya telah menggunakan, saya telah memilih, saya telah melakukan apa saja yang menjadi bidang saya sesuai dengan apa yang saya tekuni saat ini. Ladies and gentlemen, literatur review saya akan gunakan terutama untuk jurnal-jurnal atau berasal dari jurnal-jurnal yang telah terpublikasikan yang berskala internasional atau yang bereputasi internasional. Yang kedua, di penelitian atau empirical study yang saya gunakan ini adalah bagaimana bidang penelitian geografi itu menggunakan lapangan sebagai tempat untuk melaksanakan kegiatan penelitian-penelitian. Yang selanjutnya, capacity building saya gunakan atau strategi ini saya gunakan untuk meningkatkan kapasitas petani, kapasitas penduduk petani, yang dalam hal ini petani itu penghasil pangan, namun petani pula yang miskin. Nah, untuk itulah saya mengarah kepada community welfare in the food agriculture. Kita ketahui bersama bahwa, kok saya enggak kelihatan ya ini ya. Lanjut aja ya. Ya, oke, saya lanjut. Community based welfare based on data from Central Statistic Agency is so that the age farmer Indonesia atau penduduk petani Indonesia ini sebagian besar masih berada pada penduduk usia tua. Kita ketahui bahwa meskipun demikian, total produksi pertanian di Indonesia ini belum mampu mencukupi kebutuhan pangan. Jadi Bapak Ibu yang saya hormati, ladies and gentlemen, bagaimana petani sebagai produsen, bagaimana petani itu miskin, namun kita ketahui pangan Indonesia masih merupakan mengimpor dari beberapa negara tetangga. Oke, lanjut. Kita ketahui.
Ibu, you have 3 minutes more, Bu.
Oh, sebentar. Oke, sebentar. Lanjut ya. Kok cepat sekali? Kita ketahui even atau food agriculture sector, even the area of the COVID-19 pandemic ini, kenyataannya ekonomi di Indonesia itu turun sampai 5,3%. Namun di sisi lain, pertumbuhan pertanian atau orang yang tahan di masa pandemi ini adalah bidang pertanian. Bagaimana sektor pertanian ini mampu meningkatkan atau masih bertahan di 2,19%. Jadi inilah problem-problem yang harus kita garap bersama. Mengapa demikian? Kita ketahui bahwa penduduk Indonesia ini yang sebagian besar merupakan petani, namun petani ini masih pada kelompok usia tua. Nah, untuk itulah Kementerian Pertanian sudah membuat yang namanya gerakan petani milenial atau petani muda yang sampai saat ini masih sedikit. Nah, ini masih peluang bisnis. Untuk itulah mari kita orang geografi bersama-sama mengajak mahasiswa, mengajak murid kita kembali ke sektor pertanian. Nyatanya di era pandemi ini sektor pertanian masih mampu bertahan. Sektor-sektor lain tumbang, sektor-sektor pertanian masih bertahan. Di sisi lain, kita tahu bahwa secara statistik penduduk yang miskin itu masih didominasi penduduk yang bekerja atau sektor pertanian masih menempati kemiskinan di Indonesia. Yang industri itu atau orang yang bekerja di sektor industri hanya 6,5% yang termasuk miskin, namun petani yang sebagian besar orang Indonesia ini masih mengalami kemiskinan yang sangat luar biasa. Nah, maka demikian akademik geografi harus membuat yang namanya peningkatan kapasitas. Sebagaimana sudah saya lakukan, mungkin teman-teman bisa melakukan setelah kita meneliti, kita lanjutkan dengan kegiatan pengabdian masyarakat, yaitu kita sebarkan informasi, kita latih masyarakat agar terbebas atau terselesaikan 3 masalah sasaran SDGs. Nah, beberapa atau 4 yang sudah saya kelompokkan yang bisa digunakan untuk mengatasi persoalan yang sebagaimana dialami oleh negara-negara berkembang. Satu di antaranya adalah kita perlu kolaborasi. Mohon maaf meskipun saya menggunakan bahasa Indonesia daripada bahasa Inggris saya tidak bagus, maka di forum-forum inilah kita menjalin komunikasi, kita mempromosikan keahlian, keinteresan kita. Nah, itu yang pertama agar kita bisa lintas sektor, lintas interest, lintas perguruan tinggi untuk melakukan kegiatan yang implementatif. Yang kedua,
to remind you again, you still have 1 minute more to conclude your presentation.
Oke, kok cepat sekali. Yang kedua, bagaimana penelitian-penelitian hasil penelitian ini dikomunikasikan di antara di bidang ini seperti yang telah saya lakukan, bagaimana petani bisa menghasilkan bahan pangan sekaligus mengolah sedikit dari hasil pangannya, hasil pertanian itu. Yang ketiga adalah mendiseminasikan melalui pengabdian, melalui media publikasi, dan melalui kegiatan-kegiatan yang memungkinkan untuk direalisasikan. Yang keempat, ya bagaimana kita meningkatkan nilai jual atau hasil pertanian bukan dijual begitu saja, namun harus diolah. Ya, oke. Demikian presentasi saya. Sekali lagi saya mohon maaf bahasa Inggris saya kurang bagus. Terima kasih. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Thank you very much for your nice presentation about agricultural sector for property in elevation in Indonesia. So I would like to invite Professor Madya Mohairi Ibrahim from UPSI. Perhaps he can share his own screen. Okay.
You can look up.
The time is yours. I hope you can manage your time for 10 minutes because we have another speaker. Yeah, we can see your we can see your screen. Yeah.
Okay, thank
Would
you.
you please to
I have 10 minutes, right? I have 10 minutes, right? Okay, thank you, Dr. Beta Paramita. I have 10 minutes only. Maybe I need to go fast. Okay, for today is my topic is empowering SDGs, Sustainable Development Goal, to education. I think the first page, everyone know about the pillars for SDGs. Everyone, I think I don't want to highlight. Just for highlighting the first page. And then my scope, I think my flow for my session is introduction, geography issues, industrial 4.0, environmental issues, strategies, empowering SDGs, the way forward, and then for my conclusion. I think I'm going fast. I give more picture here. And then the next one is, I think everyone know about the pillars. I think everyone, when we do any activities, any program, any engagement, and the collaboration or partnership, we will follow which one, our pillars. And then now is COVID-19 situation, we know, I think there is the very important about how human, either human in city or human in rural area or human in anywhere, I think environment, human character, and ethics is very important. That how we can use this for awareness about SDGs, and we can aware our environment. And then this is the I think the meaning of environmental ethics. Just want to highlight. And then what the problem about environmental issue when we talk about geography and environment. When we talk about geography and environment, very important is we want to look up why lack of communication and engagement is a problem. That's why I want to highlight and on this to giving awareness to everyone to have a feeling about SDGs. And then this is the meaning of environmental ethics. I have 3 meaning and how the diagram show about meaning of environmental impact, environmental ethics in environment economy perspective. And then I know when we talk about SDGs, we will need to know about all our country having about this issue, about environmental issue. And then I just want to highlight about climate change. And I think everyone know about what is climate change, what the changes of our landscape or our Earth. That means I just want to highlight about climate change. And then this is a new situation the changes
Khairi, sorry,
of the
can you
climate
please
change.
turn, sorry, can you make it in the full screen? Because we still have your PPT, not the full screen.
Okay, can you
Sorry.
look up? Can you see the full
Yeah, yeah,
screen?
yeah. Thank you so much.
I think this is the situation last year about I think about the heating, the heat increase all over the world, and then see in France, also in Spain, also one very important. Just one, everyone need to think, what is the required of fundamental changes? We view about flood management, from flood defense, we are protect ourselves to one of resilient living and making space for water and opportunity to get more from less by seeing all the form of water as providing multiple benefit. I think this situation happen in our surrounding. That's why we need to think what we need to do. And then when we talk about that, I think our life every day like Indonesia. Ini yang saya bilang kata apa? Kita satu rumpun, satu Nusantara ya, Abu Beta ya. Maka bencana ini bisa hadir bila-bila. Kalau di Indonesia, mungkin Malaysia tidak punya itu, tapi punya banjir yang punya pengalaman yang besar 2014. Maka bencana ini seperti di kehidupan kita. And then we can look up the type of disaster, natural disaster, man-made disaster. There is natural and how man-made disaster if we're not aware about our environment. There is the diagram man-made disaster and how the natural effect related to disaster. I think this is very important. Now is Industrial 4.0. Now we're doing the everything about development, how we changes our environment. I will talk about environmental changes, how we change our environment, and how we will have the sustainable approach to ensure our landscape, our country, our village, or our city is become very sustainability. And then when we talk about that, we need to understand how our challenges, our city example, become having a problem about environmental issue or having a good sustainability because our city is a city resilient. The city having a lot of problem about when our people, everyone stay in the city and develop something. And then this is situation in Malaysia for our experience like disaster, flood disaster on 2014. And this is surrounding happen in Malaysia having location or potential of having a flood during the monsoon time. And then this is also happen. We can see the first picture and then we can see the second picture, how man-made disaster for the flood disaster. And then how we can still having this, we can having mountain climbing like this, and then how this happen and impact to our environment. And then this is happen in Malaysia in 2014, we call Bah Kuning. It's very impact to our community in East Peninsula, Malaysia. And then this happened, this is the cause of the impact of 2014 for flood disaster in Malaysia. And then when we talk
You have
about
3 minutes more, Pak.
and then we can look at the flash flood problem. And then this is very important, let nature, the nature, so that we can have better future for SDGs. This is the character, how we want to use. Now COVID, everyone throw away, waste, mask, everything. How we can manage about it. And then very important about human character and SDGs. And then this is the goal. I think everyone need to follow how we want to use the goal and how we can using the activity and create the activity and use like this and generate like this. And then with the challenges with and COVID-19, how we can manage it. And then the COVID-19 all the issue and challenges. And then this is example framework from Malaysia. And then I think the same things, the resiliency, we need to have contribute, the community resilient, we need to have very good community to have a good community resilient. And then this is the framework you can choose, and you need to understand the framework linkages with SDGs, and then the ESD approach for education. And then I just want to highlight, I think don't need to highlight because my time is limited, because this is meaning of ESD in education, very important. I think this is just, I want to highlight about activity in United Nations. I think already done, and then we have recognizing about SDGs and United Nations, including the latest one before COVID-19. I meet everyone in from United Nations in 2019 Global Conference on Teachers Education for sustainable development. That's why maybe for sharing, for empowering SDGs for education, I want to share to everyone. Maybe before that, I want to highlight, very important, my word is SDGs. What's your contribution to city, urban, university, village, school, and community? I think just want to highlight what we done before this, and maybe can use to others. And then this is from United Nations, from the Okayama last year. That's why we need to use the model collaborative and constructive leadership to ensure our education having a good leadership and SDGs capacity. That's why we need to have capacity to connect, collaborate, and engage with all the parties to ensure SDGs can develop in our education. And very important, we have teachers education for SDGs. Our statement, our United Nations statement 2019 from Okayama,
Sorry, can you make your conclusion, Pak?
Having 3 parts, I want to highlight that it's very important: institutional level, national level, and international level. That means this is a framework from United Nations.
Pak Khairi, would you please
understand.
go to your conclusion?
Okay, for my conclusion, this is just want to highlight what we've done in Malaysia, and then initiative, I think for indigenous people, what we need to do a partnership with all the parties, and then this is our contribution to have volunteer initiative and policy initiative to ensure we have these two for the generate for SDGs approach in education. That's why I think pembangunan keterlanjutan 2030 ini selari dengan Malaysia Indonesia, pastinya kita satu rumpun bersama-sama memajukan SDGs dalam matlamat pendidikan kita. Maka sudah itu menjadi satu matlamat yang penting. Conference seperti UPI ini menjadi global goals for United Nations. Pastinya perkongsian ini ada free.
Pak Khairi,
and then 1 minute. SDGs a big vision for everyone. What your contribution? Thank you, UPI. I think you have a good conference. Thank you from me. Thanks everyone.
Thank you so much.
Selamat
Waalaikumsalam.
Salam dari Malaysia.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. I'm so sorry to cut your presentation because we have still another 3 presenter more. So we're going to move to another presenter, Bapak Associate Professor Dr. Mamat Ruhimat from UFI. He will deliver his presentation about I would like to invite Bapak Associate Professor Dr. Mamat Ruhimat.
Okay, thank you very much.
Time is your Pak.
Ladies and gentlemen and all participants IGEOS, I will present the topic education for sustainable development. And next, I will the campur sari language. Yeah. And paper is not positioning, is not research based, but positioning paper. Next, Ibu Bapak yang saya hormati, ini ternyata bahwa pembangunan itu lebih banyak exploit more than conserve. Lebih banyak mengeksploitasi daripada melakukan konservasi. Dan ada beberapa persoalan dari pembangunan, eksploitasinya terhadap sumber-sumber alam, seperti halnya apa yang dikemukakan oleh Deputy Seal. Ini ada problem, five problem in the world ya. Yang pertama adalah population, kependudukan yang terus berkembang, kemudian dari sisi jumlah maupun juga quality. Kemudian yang kedua itu ternyata mengancam kepada perdamaian. Dan yang ketiga membuat prejudice antar bangsa, antar individu dan sebagainya. Tak disangka kita sekarang juga nyadar sampai pada satu kesimpulan bahwa sudah terjadi polusi yang luar biasa. Yang pada akhirnya ini akan berdampak kepada pollution. Nah, next, sustainable development perspective itu memiliki tiga. Yang pertama adalah social and culture. Nah, melalui sustainable development ini diharapkan terjadi sebuah peningkatan kesejahteraan karena itu adalah hak masyarakat. Tetapi pada sisi lain bagaimana environmental ini tetap terpelihara dan pertumbuhan ekonomi diharapkan ini yang green economy, tidak berdampak secara merusak kepada lingkungan. Next. The Secretary United Nations has said that future generation deserve a better life. Ini adalah hak ya masyarakat, hak generasi yang akan datang untuk memperoleh kehidupan yang lebih baik. Dan berdosa kita apabila memberikan kehidupan yang lebih jelek kepada generasi yang akan datang. Ini diungkap oleh itu yang sekretaris PBB yang dari Korea Selatan itu, dia mengatakan bahwa future generation deserve a better life. Kemudian next, Indonesia a mega biodiversity area. Indonesia sangat populer karena kepemilikan mega biodiversity area. Beberapa contoh next ya. Ini indicate by ownership of various natural resources and that have been officially registered by UNESCO, United Nations Economic, Social and Culture. But example, Ujung Kulon National Park in Banten Province, Ujung Kulon National Park with the peculiarity of badak bercula satu. And next, Komodo National Park in Nusa Tenggara Province. Next, Loren National Park in Papua, which is very exotic. And next, Sumatra tropical rainforest with of other natural resources. All natural resources must of course be utilized and conserved at the same time in order to continue to provide support for human life. And next, and education has a great responsibility for it because education is fundamental for changing in local and global scale. Education is first step of sustainable development. Next. Kemarin ini Pak Dimyati sebagai Ketua IGI, Ketua 1, mengatakan bahwa tend to only memorize concept, bahwa dalam pembelajaran geografi saat ini adalah tend to only memorize concept. hanya sekadar menyampaikan konsep, and not the trying to critical thinking, creativity, collaboration, kemudian communication and collaboration. Dan geografi tidak mendorong untuk tumbuhnya capability. And now must have a new literacy. Not enough with just basic literacy. Basic literacy is calistung, membaca, menulis, dan menghitung. And now new literacy. New literacy, one, big data, two, technology literacy, and three, humanity literacy. Big data itu orang sekarang harus mampu untuk mengambil kemudian memanfaatkan sejumlah data yang sifatnya digital. Sarjana apapun termasuk geografi saat ini ketika tidak paham dengan big data, jangan harap bisa menjadi pemain dalam era global saat ini. Begitu juga dengan teknologi literasi. Teknologi literasi itu setiap orang harus mampu, harus paham untuk apa? Cara kerja mesin. Cara kerja mesin itu sangat mekanistik, sangat kaku karena dibatasi oleh ruang dan waktu. Ketika kita 1 menit saja tertinggal, maka resikonya akan menjadi lain. Namun itu semua tidak cukup dengan big data, juga teknologi, tetapi juga perlu dilengkapi dengan humanity literacy. Karena apa? Kekakuan big data, kemudian juga teknologi, without human touch, maka akan menyebabkan pemanfaatan data menjadi tidak benar. And the geography curriculum was not designed to be life-based. Ini adalah persoalan.
Bapak,
and the last slide, satu lagi, geographic education practice, from planning, implementation, and evaluation must include sustainable development goal. Geography education not only limited to transfer of knowledge, but also to attitude and habituation of scale. So thanks for all participants and I hope benefit. Thank you. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Pas Bu Beneka.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. You still have 2 minutes more actually, Pak. Luar biasa. So it's very interesting presentation. So thank you so much, Bapak Mamat Ruhimat. The next presenter, I would like to call Ibu Profesor Madya Dr. Nur Kalsum Mahisa from UPSI. She will deliver her presentation about low carbon city, the core Malaysia sustainable future.
Okay, thank you. I will share my own slide.
Sorry, operator, please. Yeah.
Yeah, I will show my own. Okay.
Please go ahead.
Can you see that? Can you see my slide?
Yeah, please make it in the full screen.
Okay. Thank you very much. I have to make it faster and I have to skip many slides because we have only 10 minutes here. So, Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh and very good afternoon, yeah? In Indonesia? Afternoon or still morning?
Afternoon. It's now afternoon. In the middle
and
of the
very
day.
good afternoon. Okay, so I'm Nokaso Muhammad Isa from the Department of Geography and Environment, Faculty of Human Sciences, Sultan Idris Education University. So first of all, I would like to thanks to Mrs. Chairman, and also I would like to thanks to all speakers and audience, and also to Universitas Pendidikan Indonesia for inviting me to be one of the speakers of this seminar. So in line with the themes of the seminar today, which is Geography Contribution to the Sustainable Development Goal, Global Challenges and Opportunity, I would like to share my experience on low carbon city development in Malaysia. As I have involved in helping one of the local authority in Malaysia to gain low carbon city recognition from the federal government of Malaysia for their success in reducing carbon emission of the city. Ladies and gentlemen, as everybody knows, on September 25th, 2015, 193 world leaders committed to 17 global goals and 169 targets to achieve 3 extraordinary things in the next 15 years, which is in 2030. The things are to fight inequality and injustice and fix climate change, and also another one, end extreme poverty. So this agenda is known as the 2030 Agenda for Sustainable Development, and this agenda is a plan of action for people, planet, and prosperity. So during this conference, our country, Malaysia, has pledged to reduce about 45% of carbon dioxide and also to protect 50% of the country's forest. So because of that, in order to achieve the pledge, many commitment has been implemented by the country, including to introduce the low carbon city development in that country. So because I continue my sharing, I would like to introduce to all of you what is the meaning of low carbon cities, what is meant by low carbon cities. So low carbon city actually is a nature-based solution to promote human well-being and to tackle climate change and protect our living planets. So low carbon city can be defined as a city that comprises of society that consume green technology, and also the society also practice green behavior, and the city emit relatively low carbon or greenhouse gases as compared with present day practice to avoid the adverse impact on climate change. So meaning that the carbon emission of a low carbon city will be decreasing from time to time until they achieve zero carbon. Hopefully they will achieve zero carbon. So in line with the definition, low carbon cities in Malaysia are assessed based on 2 assessments. So the first assessment is based on the score of LCCF standard. LCCF standard actually a low carbon city standard that developed in Malaysia. There are 104 criteria of low carbon city listed in that standard. And another one assessment is low carbon city in Malaysia is assessed based on the carbon emission that reduced in a city in a year. So these 2 assessments will be assessed to measure whether a city achieve the low carbon status standard or not. So, and then, okay, for example, one of low carbon city project implemented in Malaysia is the project that implemented by Kajang Municipal Council in Bandar Baru Bangi. So this is I show here. So in 2017, as you can see here, the low carbon city standard that achieved by Bandar Baru Bangi is only at the good level, which is they only achieve 62% out of 104 criteria of low carbon city. And also in terms of carbon emission, in 2017, the city emit about 233,552 tons of carbon dioxide. So this is the figure that achieved by Bandar Baru Bangi in 2017. So based on the projection, if nothing done, if no low carbon strategy are implemented by the city, then by 2035, the carbon emission of the city will be increased up to at least 13% compared to the carbon emission that emit in 2017. So, but Kajang Municipal Council is very good local authority. They have set a plan to develop Bandar Baru Bangi as a low carbon city by 2035. So they have set a target that by 2035 they will achieve 93% of low carbon city standard, LCCF standard score, and also they will reduce carbon emission. So that's the target that developed by the Kajang Municipal Council for Bandar Baru Bangi. So many strategies has been done by the Bandar Baru Bangi. Many strategies has been proposed by the Kajang Municipal Council, including to develop 9 strategy, 32 action, and 168 program that will be implemented to reduce carbon emission of the city. So there are 4 objectives have been developed by Kajang Municipal Council to to realize Bandar Baru Bangi as a low carbon city by 2035, which is the first one, encouraging the growth of comfortable and low carbon urban environment, developing a smart and low carbon transportation network, adapting efficient resource management system and provide low carbon infrastructure, and also to strengthen low carbon development and practicing of low carbon behavior. So in the next slide, I will I will show to you the detail of plan and implementation of Bandar Baru Bangi to realize that city to be a low carbon city by 2030. So this is the first objective, which is to propose low carbon urban environment in Bandar Baru Bangi. So as you can see here, there are many strategies has been done by the Bandar Baru Bangi, and also there are many strategies has been proposed by them, including protecting and enhancing natural urban landscape and encouraging comfortable and livable urban growth. So as you can see on the screen here, among the strategies are integrating green and nature into urban land use. So there are many community center has been proposed to be developed as a green area. And another strategies including to encourage tree replanting program with the communities, and also they also introduce road canopy program, which is more trees along the downtown street has been planted. And they also propose mixed residential area in that city. And one of the proposal is to develop park and ride station somewhere in that city, somewhere here in that city. So park and ride station has been proposed in order to encourage the use of public transportation in that city. So, and then we go to the next strategy that has been done by Kadang Municipal Council is protecting river. Sorry?
2 minutes more.
Okay, protecting river and water bodies, and then this activity has been done together with the communities, and also to encourage developers and building owners to implement green building criteria in that city, including to introduce rooftop garden and also permeable pavement. And then the third strategy is to propose low carbon urban transportation in Bandar Baru Bangi, in which the strategy are including promoting efficient transportation and traffic system and introducing smart, safe and low carbon public transport. And the next objective is to propose low carbon urban infrastructure in Bandar Baru Bangi, including promoting efficient green infrastructure, adaptation of efficient waste management system, and efficient use of energy and water. So there are many strategies has been done, including to replace all street lighting from using the conventional lighting to a green lighting system. And then the last one is to promote low carbon living and lifestyle in Bandar Baru Bangi, and the strategy including strengthening green and low carbon building development, and also promoting low carbon practice among the communities. So even though Bandar Baru Bangi target to reduce 45% carbon dioxide by 2035, but they also have their own pilot project, which is in 2018. There are many strategies has been done, low carbon strategies has been done, including planting trees and waste management, green waste management system, and also campaign, and they also introduce car-free days and so on. And in that year, at the end of 2018, they able to reduce about 3.5% of carbon dioxide of the city, and the city also has been recognized, has been awarded by the federal government for their success in reducing carbon emission. So yes, is finished already? Okay. In conclusion, I conclude here. So. Increase in population and city expansion have to be supported by energy and clean air and water. And urbanization also need large area of land as well as communication and transportation infrastructure. So it is geographer's job to assess how much energy a given level of urbanization requires, how much land and clean water are needed, and how to go about infrastructure construction. Actually, it's critical that geographers play a meaningful role not only in basic research but in informing policy to help the government to succeed in sustainable development and building a harmonious society. So that's all for me. Thank you. Wow, marathon.
Thank you so much, Ibu Nur Kalsum. Yeah,
Yeah.
it's very interesting presentation. I guess your background is an architect, I guess,
Yeah,
or urban planner. Yeah. So actually, we still have another presenter. This is just in the last minute I got the information from the committee. I would like to call Ibu Dr. Salfarina Samsudin. She's from UTM, and I haven't read her CV, so I would like to I would like to read a short CV of her. So she's now a senior lecturer in the land registration UTM. Malaysia, and then she got her PhD from University of Ulster, Northern Ireland, United Kingdom, and also she has the interest in resource sustainability, land policy and governance, land registration, land and poverty taxation, land administration, and land policy. So I would like to call Ibu Dr. Salfarina to give her presentation. Who is going to share the screen? Ibu or me? Ibu Dr. Salfarina already here?
Yes, thank you very much. Assalamualaikum.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Operator, would you please to share the screen?
It's done.
Operator? Or Ibu, are you going to share your own?
Yes, I have done.
Oh, okay. We haven't seen your screen yet.
Okay.
Ibu Salfarina, could you please to change your presentation first?
Or you can send us how to say that, because I didn't have it. Pak Nadi, do you have it? Or Pak Arif? Or Bu Salfarina, you want to share your own?
Yeah, sure.
Okay, it's already shown. Okay, please,
All right.
Bu Salfarina.
All right. Okay. Okay. Bismillah. Is done the sharing? Can you see the slide presentation?
Yeah, we can see clearly.
All right. Okay. Thank you very much. Okay. First of all, Assalamualaikum and very good afternoon to all of the participants, viewer. Actually, I'm Salfarina Samsudin from University Technology Malaysia, Skudai, from Faculty of Built Environment. Okay. So actually, first of all, I would like to thanks to the committee of the IGEOS to invite me as a featured speaker of this conference. Thank you very much. All right. So for this session, I would like to share actually very specific topic on vertical development in urban geography, practice and practice towards sustainable development goals. Actually, this is more related with my study area, which is my focus is more to the city development. Okay, next, which is as we know, which is once there is a scarcity of land, which is specific, especially within the city areas. We do have to thinking of another ways of development, which is from horizontal to vertical development. Actually, once we referring to the Malaysian context, we started with around 70 in the years of 70s and 80s, which is by that time it happened within the Kuala Lumpur city area, which is a very crowded city, and by that time we encouraged for the vertical development, which is for the high-rise property development. These trends are driving from new opportunities for industrial land intensification, such as multi-level development, which is we call the vertical or staggered development. All right, so okay, this is happened within the city center, especially within the crowded area, within the city center area, the prime area, which is from the horizontals, it's become to the vertical development. Okay. Within we know that for the horizontal urbanization, where the city we do have a mix of development, there is a housing, infrastructure, and so on. Everything is a natural ground. But when we go for the horizontal development, there is a mix. There is need required for the needs mix of development of vertical urbanization, which is there is a building high rise, which is there is a mix development and also need for the infrastructure. All right. Okay. Within the Malaysian context, actually now we go for another evolution. Instead of from the horizontals, go for the vertical development for the housing, for the commercial. But right now we went to another step, which is we do have a mixed development. It's a mix between housings, commercials, office, and at the same time they have to provide the infrastructure as well. Okay. In Malaysia, basically all the vertical development is governed by the two main act, which is a Strata Title Act and also the Strata Management Act. For the Strata Title Act, this is referring to the how to protect the pasture right. Okay, well, we know as what horizontals, they are referring to the land right, but for the strata titles, is in order to protect for the pasture right. Another one, which is the regulations governed under the vertical development, is the strata management, and how we manage the verticals development within the city. Well, even how we manage the strata development. Everything's about the management of the verticals development. All right. Okay. So for the current status of the development, for the vertical development in Malaysia, we actually for the in Malaysia we provide we call it the parcel right, which is to replace the land right. Each of the owner of the parcels have their own ownership of that parcel. Till now, actually, for the vertical development, they were granted for the parcels right, which is almost which is almost 1.4. Okay, so then actually it. When we discuss about the sustainability, also given to the impact, once we're referring to the parcels, when we're referring to the vertical development, also impact on the various aspects of the social development. Is impact also the economic aspects when we go for the mixed development, which is there is a combination of the commercials, housing, and also the other aspect within the vertical development. Okay. At the same time, actually, they give me a lot of the positive, and also we cannot forget about the negative impact as well. All right. So the next one also give an impact on the environment. Actually, I'll just share just one of the development of the vertical development in Malaysia, in the southern Malaysia. Actually, we do have the forest city. Once we develop, we're thinking about them all of what when they are this development thinking of the sustainable, the concept is about them how the rise the vertical development can include about the. You can also consider aspect of the environment. Okay, another one aspect that is impact on the aspect social as well. Okay, this is where the our campus in UTM in the city center of Kuala Lumpur, which is we combine of all the commercials development, and also for the student residentials, student residents in that the same area. Also they have a mix for the commercial part as well. This is a new trend of the development of the university development, referring to the vertical part.
You have 2 minutes more.
All right. All right. Okay. So I just want to to share it, which is this is relate to the sustainable development cities and community for the SDG 11, which is for the vertical development. Actually, I'm involved with this project, which is we try to put actually we put the three elements, social, economic, and social economic aspect within the vertical development. Actually, this is not for the less income group community, which is we encourage them to develop to protect, to manage their housing scheme, which the proper with the proper way. Actually, they have their own garden, they have their own social area where they can meet up each other, even though they are living within the limited spaces within the vertical development. All right. Okay. So I think that's all my sharing for today. Thank you very much for the chair.
Yeah, thank you so much, Ibu, for your nice presentation, Ibu Salfrina. So we still have 10 minutes more to have a discussion. So can you share the screen? Please wait a minute. So we have question here from Miss Siti to Professor Madhya Mohairi Ibrahim. Hello, Prof. Muhammad Hairi. I'm massive glad to hear your insightful presentation. So she want to ask you, in your opinion, seeing the habit similar geography of Malaysia and Indonesia in disaster and environmental problem, what's the concrete action or contribution we can take as part of the education group to achieve the sustainable environment that we hope for? Prof. Hairi, perhaps you can answer directly. Prof. Hairi, are you there? Or we can move to another question. Please move to another question.
Hello.
Oh, sorry. Okay.
Yeah.
So please.
Sorry.
I thought you disappeared.
I used but now
Okay,
I using
okay.
my handphone. Sorry, I using my
Okay.
handphone.
So
Yeah,
we just have 10 minutes more. So please make
yeah.
it quick.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Like this. My response is now in school. All the teaching method is using theory and syllabus from the book only. But for touch and having a feeling about SDGs, that means the activities in school, we need to engage with our community. We need to engage with any parties. That means maybe organization, agencies, about flood agencies. That means our student in school having more experience about how the collaboration within school, geography, environment, and agencies. They will show the issues and how they manage and adapting and how they try to solve the problem. That is very important because they learn geography in school, but when we talk about environment, we not highlight about geography. That having a gap in geography and environment because the student learn about geography in school, but in surrounding, they will highlight about environment. They not talk geography. That's why the terminology also using geography and environment. That's why on SDGs approach, we need to have the engagement approach to our students, to our teachers, to the community in school, including in higher education part. That's why that's my response. That's why the initiative, if you look up the ending my slide, I will highlight about what the international conference on ESD in Okayama last time by United Nations collaboration with the Okayama University. That's why they already highlight what their statement that having the engagement approach all the parties, including school, higher education, community, NGOs, including the government. That's why all the corporate sector also we need to touch to having the collaboration. That's my point, my response. Thank you. Hello, back to chairman.
Okay, thank you for your answer. I hope this is answer your the question. So the next question is from Ibu Anissa, and she asked to Ibu Professor Nur Kalsum. Thank you for your nice presentation. And our Malaysian government plan to change the SDGs direction because the COVID-19 situation, perhaps changing the goal prioritization from one aspect to another aspect. Please, Ibu Nur Kalsum, would you like to answer the question?
Assalamualaikum. Wow, this question is very complicated to answer. Malaysia plan to change SDG direction because of COVID-19 situation. So actually, because of COVID-19, yes, actually many maybe policies is not done yet, but many approach has been done by the government of Malaysia in terms of SDG to COVID-19. For example, maybe I can say, what to say, I actually not very familiar with this during COVID-19. So maybe because of COVID-19, we have to, in terms of urbanization, before this, for example, like housing area, we can see that PPR, low PPR in Malaysia, we call it at perumahan rakyat termiskin, like that, yeah, for housing for poverty people in Malaysia. So before this, we can see that housing for poverty people, the space is very limited, which is only about 900 square feet, something like that, 900 square feet. So they have a problem in terms of the space is very small, and then they also have to share a lot of facilities together in the same flat, flat, we call it flat, low cost flat. So because of COVID-19, the government have to think, they start to think about, and many suggestions as well has been given to the government. They have to think about the space that given to the poverty people, to the low-cost housing is not enough actually, because during COVID-19, they have to think about distance from distance, right, from one people to one people, and also the facility that they have to share in that low-cost housing area. They have to share the lift. They have to share all facilities like surau and garden. So many comment, actually suggestion, recommendation has been given to the government to think about the space itself, the space of the housing, and also the facility. They have to think about that. They have to think back. So that's in terms of housing. So that's my comment on that. Okay, thank you.
Okay. I hope this is enough because this time is limited. Sorry. So the next question, this is to Professor Banowati from Syahrial. Agriculture memainkan peranan penting pada ketahanan pangan. Just a minute.
Yeah.
Bagaimanapun juga, saya belum melihat policy pemerintah yang memihak pada ketahanan pangan di Indonesia. Apakah Ibu memiliki pengalaman untuk di-share bagaimana pelaku agriculture di Indonesia menghadapi pengolahan tanah, tantangan perubahan iklim, serta pasca panen yang cukup berat tanpa dukungan policy pemerintah?
Ya, terima kasih. Terima kasih Mbak Peta. Halo, terdengar suara saya?
Terdengar sekali, Ibu.
Oke, terima kasih. Begini, kita kayaknya memang generasi muda, orang tua, termasuk pemerintah, ini juga tidak serius, mohon maaf ya dalam tanda petik, tidak serius dalam mengatasi permasalahan pangan ini. Mengapa demikian? Beberapa hal yang bisa saya lihat dari penelitian yang selama ini saya lakukan adalah subsidi untuk pertanian relatif sedikit. Sementara subsidi bahan yang import itu tinggi. Dalam hal ini contohnya adalah saya tepung dari singkong dan tepung terigu, itu tepung terigu disubsidi oleh pemerintah, maka harganya relatif murah, relatif terjangkau. Sementara tepung tapioka maupun tepung mokaf yang ada di Indonesia ini selama ini belum mendapat subsidi dari pemerintah. Nah, itu yang pertama, bahwa belum digarap secara serius. Namun dalam pemerintah Pak Jokowi ini barusan Pak Prabowo diserai oleh Pak Jokowi untuk membuka lahan singkong seluas mampu-mampunya di Indonesia, dalam ini dipusatkan di Kalimantan. Ini berarti sudah mulai di pemerintahan Jokowi ini, sudah mulai pemerintah ini melirik terus memperhatikan kebutuhan pangan di Indonesia. Untuk petani selama ini masih mengarah kepada sosialisasi. Mohon maaf ya, ini tidak membandingkan, namun petani ini masih belum dilirik, belum digarap, hanya disubsidi manakala terjadi kebijakan-kebijakan di Indonesia. Jadi saya hanya menyampaikan bahwa kali ini saya sebagai peneliti geografi pertanian sangat antusias, sangat terima kasih atas kebijakan pemerintah saat ini yang mulai memperhatikan sektor pertanian. Yang kedua, namun kita ketahui tidak atau sampai saat ini belum ada keluarga petani yang mencita-citakan anaknya jadi petani. Nah, gitu ya, itu kenyataan. Maka dari itu, marilah kita bersama-sama, potensi Indonesia ini negara agraris, kita kembalikan dengan berbagai upaya, ada subsidi dari pemerintah atau tidak, ada perhatian dari pemerintah atau tidak, mari kita bersama-sama untuk tetap konsen, komit terhadap pertanian. Kemana kalau kita harga pangan menjadi mahal? Sekarang aja sudah susah. Ya, tapi itu kenyataan, mari bersama-sama di SDGs ini berpartisipasi, bergotong royong, mengembalikan Indonesia sebagai agraris, karena itu sebenarnya daya tahan kita. Sebagai contoh, negara Thailand ya, tetap eksis dengan pangan. Terima kasih, Mbak Peta.
Iya, terima kasih Bu, luar biasa sekali. Ini perlu dorongan untuk generasi muda begitu ya. Saya sendiri tuh pengen petani kopi, tapi kok kayaknya ya itu tadi tumbang di tengah jalan, Bu.
Ya,
Oke, pertanyaan. So the next question, sorry, I use Indonesian. So the next question, Bapak Hairi from Ibu Dewi Lisnur. Thank you for your nice presentation, Pak Hairi. Her question is how to reduce energy in Malaysia through education, caring about energy. Pak Hairi, are you still there? Hairi? Pak Hairi, are you mute? I saw him.
Sorry. Okay. Sorry. For my response in when we talk about energy, we have a green technology approach in Malaysia. That's why we have some technical polytechnic, also high level approach for the energy, we teach our student to become compatible with the energy like solar technology. Also in Malaysia, we have some area we'll develop about landfill with the solar system, because we starting to generate the a solar using solar technology to generate electricity from the radiation from the sun. That's why in Malaysia now we're starting using the new solar energy, including in building also some townhouses. That's why I think approving in a community in progress in school, we have some school will educate our student with energy knowledge. Example, not only by theory, also we having some workshop with the hands-on how the technology can help in school and also in our education. Also, we have some training with technical teachers, including our primary and secondary school. Also, our polytechnic also having courses about energy technology. That's why we need to develop more about activities, workshop, including courses to develop the knowledge of our youth or our student or the next generation. That's why the new energy like what I mean is like solar system, how we generate energy from the using solar system. Also now we have a new training about drone technology, how the drone can help environment problem. Example, how we can monitor about water pollution. Also can help the situation, any situation in our city. Example, traffic jam problem in city. Also, the latest one, we using the drone, how we can monitor the flood problem during the raining time, during the high raining time. That means we can monitor by drone. That's why we have new approach to educate our student in education part. Also including how we educate our community. That's what we done in progress now.
Yeah, I guess we have the similar background in education, UPSI and UPI. We have several collaboration in education, and actually in our university have TVET, vocational education, like you've mentioned before. So we can make more collaboration. Perhaps another audience would like to search in UPI. We have COA, Central of Excellent. COE, Central of Excellence TVET Education, which is including in the Universitas Pendidikan Indonesia. Thank you, Professor Khairi, for your answer. We move to another question. This is the last one because the committee already mentioned me to finish the question and answer session. So this question from Azari to Professor Madya Nur Kalsum. I have a question to. I have the question to Professor Madya Nur Kalsum. Malaysia has a many public transportation like MRT, LRT, and BRT, commuter line, and many highway. Also in our country and some countries in Southeast Asia. My question: does this public transportation in Asian countries support low carbon program? Thank you, Madam.
Thank you for the question. So, actually, to develop a low carbon program, yes, we need public transportation, because to develop a low carbon city, the travel distance from one point to one point should be reduced, because we have to reduce the traveling using motorized vehicle by the user. So public transportation is very important. So maybe one of the concepts that should be introduced in low carbon development is transit oriented development, which is transit-oriented development is a type of urban development that maximize the amount of residential or commercial or any other activity like office within the walking distance of public transport. Meaning that, yes, maybe Malaysia we have MRT, we have LRT and all those lines, but we have to make sure as well that the connection from the MRT, LRT and all those things to the bus stop, for example, to the bus stop should be within the walking distance. You know, so that's why in low carbon development as well, we should introduce park and ride station. Park and ride station in which when people come, for example, from the residential area, they have to park in one station, and then from one station they have to go straight away using LRT, MRT and all those things. And then from MRT, LRT and all those lines, they can go to the bus stop within the walking distance. So meaning that low carbon development is public transportation oriented. We have to encourage the use of public transportation instead of using car by one driver. So in order to encourage people to use public transportation, the public transportation system as well should be efficient, right? And then, for example, like I said just now, we have MRT, LRT, and those things. And then the connectivity from the MRT to the bus stop, for example, to the taxi stop, for example, should be within the walking distance, so that people can move from one point to one point effectively. You know, and then the pedestrian as well, you know, because we want people to walk from one point to one point. So the pedestrian as well should be convenient to use. For example, like they have to be having a good pavement and should have a cover and all those things. So that's the point.
Okay, thank you very much for your answer. So I will wrap up this session. So I would like to give my high gratitude to Professor Darsi Harjo, Professor Eva Banowati, Professor Madia Mohairi, Associate Professor Mamat Ruhimat, Professor Madia Nur Kalsum, also the last one, Dr. Salfarina Samsudin, for very interesting presentation, and also for the audience for the discussion, also for the many questions this afternoon. So I would like to say thank you and Alhamdulillah Hirobil Alamin. So I would like to give my time to the MC. Thank you so much. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Very interesting. Thank you, Madam Beta, for a very interesting session. Ladies and gentlemen.
And also thank you for the speakers from both plenary session. Ladies and gentlemen, we will have the coaching clinic of IGEOS paper. This program will be conducted by Dr. Nandi. Dr. Nandi, we would like to invite you to conduct this program. Please.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Allow me to announce the paper publishing for the IOP publishing by allow me to show the screen, please. Yeah, in this occasion, I will give an insight how to get a publish in IOP proceeding, because this is very important for all the participant, especially for the author. So before we're going to start the how to write the good paper publishing by IOP, so I will show you the agreement IOP with the IGEOS. So we have already agreement between IOP and IGEOS. So that's why we need to pay more attention to detail how to write the paper for publishing in IOP. So this is the cover for the Earth and Environmental Science proceeding. And we have to follow all the stage of typical proceeding publication for the IOP proceeding. And this is also, we have to inform that the publication arrangement and provide in form of journal author template and guideline. All the authors should obey the rule and also should follow the guideline from the conference proceeding. All the information for the proceeding, you can go to the website of iopscience.iop.org and then you can find the author guideline for the conference proceedings. And what about the structure of the paper? Basically, there are 6 or more the structure of paper. First, you have to make it a clear abstract, and then followed by the introduction and method. But sometimes you can go also with the literature review, but sometimes it's not obligation. And then go to the result and discussion, conclusion, and also references. Sometimes you can also include the acknowledgement. So this is the sample of the paper, the structure of the paper. Please follow all the templates from the IOP publisher, because once you are not follow the guideline, you have rejected from the paper reviewed. And all the instructions, basically, you can download it from the IGEOS website, or even you can go to the IOP website. So this is the general terms of the structure of the paper. As I mentioned before, there are abstract with these templates, and then go to the introduction, no more than 9 pages. Basically, all the papers no more than 9 pages. And if you have a question about the citation or something, you can go to the how to make this the good citation. Basically, they use IEEE. And this is the sample of the paper, the reviewed paper from the previous IGEOS. And you can find also from the website, you can download the sample of the paper, and how to make a preparation for papers and peer review. As we know that when you decide to submit the paper on the IOP, so you should refer to the author guideline. And then you have to submit to the Earth and Environmental Proceeding, and the committee have a regulation to have a peer-reviewed process. We have a 2 blind review, and we have also the team for the review of the papers. And the last is all the paper published should contain the statement of peer review, because IOP has their own regulation to show the statement of peer review. And all papers published in this volume of IOP conference series Earth and Environmental Science have been peer reviewed. So this is obligation and mandatory for all the committee or all the organizer for the conference. What kind of processes that you have to face before you submit the latest or the camera ready to the IOP? So we have to respond all the referees or the reviewer comments. First is you have to read the referees report and put away for a day. This is very important because we have limited time to send back to the IOP. And then read them again, because sometimes there are a lot of comments from the referee, and then respond to each and every comment specifically. You have to pay more attention about the detail of the comment from the reviewers, and keep a list your changes, where you disagree, or explain why. This is your opportunities also for explain the argumentation why you have to change and why you do not to change. If the referee misses a point, it is not necessarily his or her fault. So just follow all the comment from the reviewers. Please also be polite, because sometimes the referee give you a suggestion and then you feeling not so good, then you stop the process of review. So please be patient, not only polite but also patient. And then prepare a detailed covering letter with your response. So this is basically comes to the committee or the editor. So you are not able to give this letter, but the organizing committee will be make it for all the proceeding. And usually only one chance for author to respond, rephrase, and revise his paper. So in middle of the processing paper submission, so you have to follow all the rules from the committee, to follow all the instruction and follow the what comment from the referees or from the reviewer. And what kind of things that you have to avoid? First is presenting new but trivial or obvious result. So this is, you have to be careful for this kind of obvious result. Making up substantiated conclusion. This is very, very common if we find a very understandable conclusion. So you should straight forward for the conclusion as well. Bearing new result beneath too much sense setting. So this is also very important for you to avoid. Recapping of finding already published. So that's why you have to go to the, for instance, the check plagiarism check or something, because sometimes you have already mentioned the paper for already published. And then presenting incremental research, being long-winded or keep short, and then flowery language, abbreviation and jargon. So this is very common in a paper in Indonesia. So you have to avoid it, all the things such as being avoided or keep short, and then flowery languages, and then abbreviation and jargon. Sometimes we do not understand what you mention or what the meaning is, and something. And speculation or anecdote, a gimmickly title. Sometimes this is very tricky, but for the paper that published in the reputable journal or proceeding, you have to make a straightforward for the title, and make wild, unjust type unjustified claims, poor or incomplete references, poor quality figure. This is very common in our review process, that you send the bad quality of figure. So please pay more attention to detail of the figure, because we just accept the best quality of figure. And then incomplete data, sometimes we find from the table or from the figure or from the data you mentioned that the data is incomplete, and don't cover up and plug the data. So this is something to avoid. And what preparation for editorial material to appear in the proceeding? So this is what we do before we submit it to the IOP. First is list a possible item for editorial section of the work, and then we have we make a preface or introduction, and then conference or sponsor, list of committee, photograph, and multiple editorial. So this what we did before we send to the IOP. And the final check of the manuscript, this is the important or the crucial process in the publishing. Are all author names correct? Because sometimes after published, the author has their incorrect name. So you have to make sure that your name is correct. And then correct article files, latest revised person. So this is also important. When you send the latest article, you have to make sure this is the final. Because sometimes I got the several paper and then the name is final, but the content is still revised. Any article missing or duplicated, so please be aware, because we will publish by the belief. So I believe you also not published before, because this is very a crime thing for us if you deliver the paper with published before, and all article in the right order. So this is our hard work to make it the article in the right order as well. And then are all file correct real name? So this is also our hard working for that. And before we submission to IOP, we have to check all the things. First is we have to supply the IOP or the website server. They will give the server for us, and then we will follow the instruction for the IOP. And they will accept only for a PDF file. And then also the table of content, all editorial material. So we need like all the things about the publishing ethic or something, and the list of editorial as well. And address list of receiving if applicable. If you have like a printable version, so you can order to the IOP. And then how long the process will be accepted by the IOP? I think this is very unpredictable. Since we have faced the pandemic, here there are very delays condition from the IOP, because our previous IGEOS 3 as well, we're still waiting for the approval from the IOP, because there's something trouble with the scope of area. So please pay more attention to the scope as well from the TEM. So basically we send the latest manuscript to the IOP, and then they will answer for around 3 weeks. And that is for all the material for me. I hope you follow all the instruction, especially for the template from the IOP. And later we will give you announcement in the website. Thank you very much, and I will give back to the MC. Thank you. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Thank you, Dr. Nandi, for delivering a very useful information. Honorable guests and participants, what a wonderful session we have, and we still have other interesting and fruitful session. It is the parallel session.
But before the parallel session begin, we're about to have 5-minute break. Started 15-minute break started from now to 1:15 p.m. So see you on the parallel session. Thank you.